Chapter 991, Origin Energy Impact. Chapter 991, Origin Energy Impact. Lin Ming doesn't want to use his protective true essence to defend himself. He wants to use his body to absorb that strong fire origin energy heavenly wind. He's too reckless. The reason that senior apprentice brother White Dao Hong can achieve this is not just because of his comprehension of laws, but moreover because of his extraordinary cultivation. Junior apprentice brother Lin is only at the 6th stage of life destruction. It'll be far too difficult for him at this level. If he can't accomplish it, then the heavenly winds can easily severely wound him. Moreover, junior apprentice brother Lin's comprehension of laws is far too lacking. In that regard he can't even compare with Hu Yenguang, a Phoenix Hall Divine Sea disciple said. He could feel that Lin Ming's understanding into the concept of creation wasn't particularly deep. Of course he can't. Hu Yenguang's concept of creation was able to form the Blue Lotus domain, that is the manifestation of having reached large success in the concept of creation. Lin Ming can't do this. He should have just barely caught a hint of the concept of creation. If he continues on his current path, he is simply seeking death. The one who spoke was Zhu Fei. Although it was impossible for him to do the same as White Dao Hong, he still partly understood how White Dao Hong was capable of such a feat in his opinion. With Lin Ming's cultivation and current comprehension of concepts, wanting to do the same was nothing but a fanciful dream. In truth, Lin Ming's concept of creation truly was far inferior to Hu Yenguang. This was also a matter of course. Lin Ming only touched upon the concept of creation for half a year now, and even though he opened the gate of opening, his perception was greatly enhanced, and he also had the heretical god Sprout supporting him. Half a year's worth of comprehension was just far too little. There was just no way for him to compare with Hu Yenguang, who had begun perceiving the concept of fire since birth. Lin Ming had the jade slip left behind by Fairy Feng, but the jade slips that Hu Yenguang used were even better. The Hu family clan already existed for countless tens of thousands of years, and Hu Yenguang's talent wasn't poor to begin with. As for comprehending the Blue Lotus domain, it required one to accumulate an even greater comprehension before there was the possibility of doing so. A domain class ability was not some cabbage lying around waiting to be picked up by just anyone. Even an unrivaled genius wouldn't be able to comprehend it just because they wanted to. This little fellow has some guts. Elder Sun chuckled. He didn't believe Lin Ming could succeed. His cultivation was at life destruction, whereas White Dao Hong was a divine transformation realm master. For White Dao Hong to be able to directly absorb the fire origin energy heavenly winds, it was unknown just how long he had to learn and comprehend in order to reach this step. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to do the same at his age. This little fellow dual cultivates in body and energy. He won't die if he's struck by the heavenly wind. At most he'll have some minor wounds. Having him eat a small loss will be beneficial to his future. Elder Sun thought this and decided not to step in. In the skies, White Dao Hong also stopped to turn toward Lin Ming, a faint smile playing on his lips. This junior apprentice brother Lin is quite interesting. I've come to Fire Spirit Star many times now, but I've only seen one other junior disciple attempt this. That person was charming Phoenix Palace's Lu Xiaoyun, and her talent is even greater than mine. Even then, Lu Xiaoyun was barely able to reach this step. She couldn't last for long, and she was also 32 years old at the time, nearly surpassing the limits for being a junior disciple. At the time, her cultivation reached the peak of the early Divine Sea and she had nearly stepped into the middle Divine Sea realm. That sort of cultivation is absolutely not what Lin Ming can compare with. When she crossed the 9th stage of life destruction, she gathered a 7-layered heavens 21-mile origin energy cloud. Compared to her, I can only be ashamed at my own inferiority. Senior apprentice brother White is too humble. Senior apprentice brother White's great lucky chance was encountered within the Divine Sea realm. If you had managed to do so during life destruction, perhaps senior apprentice brother might have been able to cross 9-4 with an 8-layered heavens 24-mile origin energy cloud. On this point alone, fate was truly unfair to senior apprentice brother White. The several divine transformation realm disciples said from next to White Dao Hong. The lucky chance I encountered during the Divine Sea realm might not be something that Lu Xiaoyun could find. Usually, once you are cast behind by an extreme talent, it will be far too difficult to ever hope of overtaking them again, even if you put forth 10 times the effort. White Dao Hong took a deep breath, his words very modest. The higher his realm of experience at cultivation, the more he came into contact with the other extreme geniuses of the ancient Phoenix clan's 72 palaces and 3 great family clans. He had to compete with them, and he even had to compete with the direct disciples of other holy lands. Because of this, a feeling of awe and respect was born in his heart. The divine realm was simply too vast. In this universe there was no limit, there was always a higher mountain and a stronger person. As White Dao Hong spoke, Lin Ming had already rushed into the fire origin energy heavenly winds. He didn't rely on his protective true essence nor his defensive vestments, instead directly resisting the impact of the heavenly winds. Peng! Lin Ming could feel a shaking at his chest as if he had struck a large mountain. The supersonic air current wasn't able to damage him, but this was not an air current but a violently raging fire origin energy. In that moment, a gargantuan amount of wild and brutal fire origin energy recklessly flushed into Lin Ming's meridians like a stampede of beasts, wantonly destroying whatever they could touch. Lin Ming vigilantly guarded his spiritual sea. At that time, the nearly gold Grand Mist battle spirit shot out, turning into a flow of silver-gray energy that fused together with his soul force and flooded into the tyrannical fire origin energy. His soul force began utilizing the concept of creation to change the composition of the fire origin energy. After annihilation was creation. The strong fire origin energy heavenly winds was the ultimate representation of the laws of annihilation. Under the effects of Lin Ming's thoughts, threads of this wild energy began turning into plumes of blue energy, the same color as a blue lotus. Unfortunately, before Lin Ming was even able to transform 10% of the tyrannical fire origin energy that broke into his body, an amount of fire origin energy several times greater than before flushed into his meridians. It was like a flood erupted within him, unstoppable. With Lin Ming's rate of conversion, it was simply impossible for him to transform all this fire origin energy. The amount he managed was only a drop in the bucket. As he saw his meridians about to be ruined by the violet fire origin energy, Lin Ming's soul force suddenly condensed. Heretical God Sprout. Bang! Within Lin Ming's dantian, the energy hidden within the heretical God Sprout burst out. The 2 fire leaves stretched out as far as they could. In particular the second fire leaf that was shaped like an imperial jade seal. That was the fire leaf Lin Ming had formed during the test within Saint Artifact Pavilion, after he had swallowed the condensed law fragments left behind in the stone tablet by the 26th patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan, Xiao Daoji. What sort of boundary had Xiao Daoji reached? He was not the palace master of Phoenix Cry Palace, but the patriarch of the entire ancient Phoenix clan. Even amongst the past patriarchs, he managed to stand out. Although he had only left behind fragments of the great Dao laws, those fragments were not something ordinary disciples could comprehend. By using the heretical God Sprout, Lin Ming had been able to swallow them. With the suppressive absorbing power of the heretical God Sprout, the power behind the incomparably wild fire origin energy was reduced by half. Millimeter. 3 breaths of time. Elder Sun was shocked. He didn't think Lin Ming would be able to last for even a single breath of time. But now, not only had Lin Ming lasted for 3 breaths of time, but the only consequence was that his face had flushed red a little. 4 breaths of time. Even White Dao Hong's complexion changed now. 5 breaths of time, 6 breaths of time. White Dao Hong became more and more bewildered. At the 7th breath, Lin Ming was finally unable to withstand the strong heavenly winds. His body was struck backward by the crazy and powerful fire origin energy and he smashed against the hull of the spirit ship at supersonic speed. But to Lin Ming, who trained in the body transformation system, an impact of such a degree wasn't anything at all. Parts of his meridians were scorched a bit by the fire origin energy. After all, the law fragments swallowed by the heretical God Sprout weren't Lin Ming's own comprehensions. His own comprehension of the concept of creation was still far too lacking. Chapter 992, Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron. Chapter 992, Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron. Huck. Lin Ming harshly coughed as he stood up on the spirit ship's hull. His complexion was pale. He used his senses to quickly investigate his body and discovered that he didn't have any serious wounds. With his regenerative power and some pills, he would be able to restore himself to normal condition in a quarter hour. Although he had failed in his attempt a moment ago, Lin Ming actually gained a great deal of harvests. His comprehension of the concept of creation had deepened, and he could faintly feel that converting the destructive fire energy into blue energy was the elementary form of the Blue Lotus domain. In the end, he would have to understand laws on his own in order to form the most solid foundation. Although the heretical god sprout was able to swallow the fragments of fire laws, Lin Ming was only able to passively use what it absorbed. He wasn't able to perceive the truths behind it. This was just like giving Li Ming a good crossbow. Although he could use it, he wouldn't be able to create his own. In the future, if he needed a more formidable crossbow, it would be impossible for him to make his own. This was because he never understood the principles behind it from the beginning. On the road of martial arts, he had to lay down the most stable foundation he could. Otherwise, more and more weaknesses would appear the further he went. Lin Ming took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. He sat down and began to control his breathing. In the skies, White Dao Hong and Elder Sun glanced at each other, surprise in their eyes. With a sixth-stage life-destruction cultivation, he was actually able to persist in the heavenly winds of Fire Spirit Star for 6 breaths of time. White Dao Hong recalled Lu Xiaoyun's strength when she was at the 6th and 7th stage of life destruction. She absolutely could not achieve this point. Strange. This junior apprentice brother Lin's comprehension of fire laws is far inferior to Lu Xiaoyun's when she was at the same boundary, so how was he able to accomplish what she couldn't? When Lu Xiaoyun was at the 6th stage of life destruction, her comprehension of the creation laws had reached perfection and she had already been able to form a Blue Lotus domain. She even began to trace upon the 4th-level concept of the fire laws. That was an accomplishment Lin Ming could not compare with at all. White Dao Hong originally thought that Lin Ming would be miserably battered and knocked around by the heavenly winds, but he never imagined that he would actually persist for 6 breaths of time. That greatly exceeded all of his expectations. Elder Sun said with a true essence sound transmission, "This child should have had some great lucky chance, but his comprehension of the laws is too weak." The higher one's boundary, the more important comprehension of the laws become. As for what degree Lin Ming will grow to in the future, I still have no idea. White Dao Hong nodded. If he cannot increase his comprehension of laws, it'll be difficult to break through realms in the future. But in terms of combat power on the same level, junior apprentice brother Lin is invincible within Phoenix Cry Palace. As Elder Sun and White Dao Hong were exchanging sound transmissions, the other disciples were also whispering with each other. Senior apprentice brother Lin really failed, but he did last for 6 breaths of time. That should be a good result, right? Why would you think I know? This is my first time on Fire Spirit Star. How about you remove your own protective true essence and test if you want to see what 6 breaths of time means? What a joke. The previous disciple stiffened, clutching himself. He didn't have the courage to remove his protective true essence and let that violent heavenly wind do with him as it wished. These disciples simply didn't know what it meant to last for 6 breaths of time in the strong heavenly wind and whether it was fierce or weak. However, some confident disciples were eager to test their own mettle and wanted to confirm their strength in comparison with Lin Ming. At this moment, in the skies, a clarion phoenix cry echoed out. Everyone looked up to see that in the highest heavens, a massive 7-colored divine bird dived down. This 7-colored divine bird had a wingspan of 100 miles and Fire Spirit Star's strong heavenly wind was split apart by this divine bird's wings like a fast boat through water. The terrifying aura and pressure immediately created a disturbance among all of the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace. What kind of bird is that? A Firebird Hall disciple cried out in shock. A 7-colored divine bird with a 100-mile wingspan. Heavens! That is the first time I've ever seen such a massive divine bird. The deadly heavenly winds of Fire Spirit Star are nothing but ordinary wind to that bird. Could that bird be a phoenix? Another disciple cried out in alarm. For the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace with a common mortal background, when had they ever seen such a massive divine bird before? Shut up, you fool. You're making a big deal out of nothing and shaming all of us. A phoenix is a god beast. How could it possibly be tamed by humans? That is only a 7-colored vermilion bird that was tamed by charming Phoenix Palace. It's nothing but a normal bird that was transformed with a single drop of phoenix coronet blood. Look at yourself. You really are a disgrace. Elder Sun's complexion darkened as he saw the Firebird Hall disciples panicking. He certainly was unhappy. The one time that he decided to lead the junior disciples to the ancient phoenix smelting trial, charming Phoenix Palace actually brought out a 7-colored vermilion bird to show off. The 100-mile-wide 7-colored vermilion bird was able to block out the skies with its wings. Compared to this overly large bird, the spirit ship they arrived on looked like a tiny little toy. It must be that old woman Chu Red Cloud. She loves making big scenes like this. Elder Sun calmly looked up and saw the 7-colored vermilion bird land not too far away in front of the Phoenix Cry Palace disciples. After it folded its wings together, its form shrank by a great deal. It only looked like a massive mountain peak that directly blocked the strong heavenly winds. This immediately caused the pressure of the heavenly wind that was pushing down on the disciples to weaken by half. The junior disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace felt their imposing aura suddenly weaken because of this. A rainbow shot out from the back of the 7-colored vermilion bird, forming an iridescent arc in the sky as it landed in front of the Phoenix Cry Palace disciples. Unexpectedly, a group of female disciples appeared, without a single male disciple among them. Of these several hundred women, any one of them would be a beauty that could bring the downfall of nations. Charming Phoenix Palace was a palace that only took female disciples. The martial artists of the ancient Phoenix clan had outstanding talent, and these women all had rich bloodlines and their appearances and temperaments were both top class. Charming Phoenix Palace was a gathering land of beauties. There were women with full and busty figures, women with slender figures, women that were cute, women that were graceful, women that were bewitching, and women that were as pure as snow. There were women of all sorts of flavors, but they were all beautiful. As these hundreds of women stood together chattering, the sounds of the voices were like spring bells. The visual impact of this scene was immense. Even some male disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace were astonished. Phoenix Cry Palace was a palace where 80% of the disciples were male, so where would these disciples have ever seen such a scene? As the female disciples of charming Phoenix Palace saw the eyes of the male disciples widen, they were briefly startled before clicking their tongues and smiling. Their voices were pleasant on the ears, but this sound actually caused Elder Sun's complexion to turn increasingly ugly. This was far too shameful. Oh, so the one leading the group was Vice Hall Master Sun Cypresstar? A woman's voice drifted out. A beautiful woman dressed in red floated down in front of Elder Sun with a smile on her face. Humph, an old man like me doesn't have any status in Phoenix Cry Palace. All I can manage is to become the Vice Hall Master of Phoenix Hall. There's no chance of me advancing any further, so taking on these sorts of tasks is part of my duty. Chu Red Cloud, I heard that you are about to enter the late Divine Lord realm. How come you're here messing around instead of being deep in seclusion? This ancient phoenix smelting trial will last for a year or two. From Sun Cypresstar's words, this Chu Red Cloud woman seemed to be stronger than he was. But even so, Sun Cypresstar's words were actually filled with a mocking tone. Ho ho ho, isn't Vice Hall Master Sun being a bit too grumpy? When you wanted to buy the pentatic metal essence from me, I did raise the price a bit, but we both agreed on it, right? You shouldn't have taken that to heart and still be brooding over it after all this time. What do you mean raising the price a bit? The price was over double what it should have been. And that pentatic metal essence should have been assigned to my Phoenix Cry Palace to begin with, but your charming Phoenix Palace actually used some devious methods to obtain it. Don't think I don't know about it, Sun Cypresstar said with a true essence sound transmission. After being retorted by Sun Cypresstar, Chu Red Cloud wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, her flowery smile became even brighter and more dazzling. Yes, there's no point in not admitting it. But you should know that when resources are divided downward, those who have the ability to struggle for it will obtain them. If you failed to struggle for it, who else can you blame but yourself? Alas, I, Chu Red Cloud, am not a stingy woman. The last time I gained some minor advantages from Vice Hall Master Sun, so this time I'll actually give you a chance. As long as you can grasp it, Then not only will you recover your losses but you'll even make a fortune. Stop with the act. How could someone like you have any good intentions? All you want to do is trick me and make me suffer. Sun Cypresstar directly declined her offer, seemingly disinclined to even banter with her. Oh, could it be that Vice Hall Master Sun isn't interested in an Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen? I heard some rumors that you've been gathering materials to create a Phoenix Heart Pill, in order to create an opportunity to break through to the late Divine Lord realm. This Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen is one of the main medicinal ingredients for the Phoenix Heart Pill. Has Vice Hall Master Sun managed to obtain one yet? Chu Red Cloud spoke in a casual manner, but her tone contained a victorious feeling. The Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen was the most precious ingredient in refining the Phoenix Heart Pill and also the most difficult to obtain. She didn't believe that her offer wouldn't tempt Sun Cypresstar. What did you say? Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen? Sun Cypresstar's eyes widened and his expression changed. He hadn't been young for a long time and his chances of breaking into the late Divine Lord realm were near zero. This Phoenix Heart Pill was extremely important to him. Even if he knew Chu Red Cloud was plotting against him, he had no choice but to jump into the pit and hope for the best. The temptation was simply far too great. To the current Sun Cypresstar, besides his life, everything else was inferior to refining the Phoenix Heart Pill. What do you want? Just say it. Haha, simple. I want to bet with Vice Hall Master Sun about the results of this smelting trial. If your Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples have better results than my charming Phoenix Palace's disciples, I shall offer you my Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen with both hand. A bet on results. Sun Cypresstar's mind raced. Although he desperately needed the Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen, he wouldn't easily agree to this sort of bet. He already suffered multiple losses to this woman and was somewhat leery of her. Speak honestly. What do you want from an old man like me? Hee. Vice Hall Master Sun is indeed intelligent. If your Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples lose, I want your pill furnace, the Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron. What? Sun Cypresstar's complexion immediately changed. The Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron was his life's greatest lucky chance. He had managed to accidentally obtain it on a treasure hunt within a mystic realm. Without this Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron, he would have never managed to reach the boundary he was at today. This Chu Red Cloud actually wanted to take his lifeblood. Chu Red Cloud, you are indeed the same as you've always been. A wolf will never stop eating meat. You are ruthless enough. As soon as you open your mouth, you actually want to take my life's greatest wealth. Your plan is well played indeed. Haha, I thank Vice Hall Master Sun for the great praise. But if I had to make a guess, I think that Vice Hall Master Sun hasn't managed to obtain the Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen yet. And if so, then keeping the Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron around isn't important anyways. I wonder, is Vice Hall Master Sun willing to make this bet with me or not? Chu Red Cloud slyly smiled, a look in her eyes as if she were ready to eat up Sun Cypresstar. Chapter 993, Phoenix Heartblood. Chapter 993, Phoenix Heartblood. When a martial artist broke through to the divine transformation realm, their body would begin to transform from a spirit body to a divine body. At this time, their fires of life would greatly strengthen and their lifespan would massively increase. Their aging process would slow down and the potential of their life would also improve. A life-destruction martial artist over 100 years of age would find it hard to break into the divine sea, but a divine transformation martial artist over 1,000 years old still had a chance of entering the Divine Lord realm. A 10,000-year-old Divine Lord martial artist could even increase their cultivation by small boundaries during the Divine Lord realm. The only problem was if they wished to cultivate to a higher realm. Sun Cypresstar had already lived for over 20,000 years and he had been stranded at the Middle Divine Lord realm for 10,000 years now. 3,000 years ago, he had started the preparations for refining the Phoenix Heart Pill. Gathering all of the materials for making the Phoenix Heart Pill wasn't easy. By himself, it was nearly impossible to complete the collection, especially when it came to the rarest and most valuable medicinal ingredient, the Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen. For Sun Cypresstar, his only chance of being able to afford that ingredient was if he sold the Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron. But once he sold the Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron, it would be impossible for him to think of refining the Phoenix Heart Pill. On the other hand, if he couldn't collect the full list of ingredients for making the Phoenix Heart Pill, then keeping the Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron around was also worthless. Things like pill furnaces and cauldrons were magic tools mainly used in alchemy to create pills to assist in breakthroughs. These kinds of secondary magic tools were inferior to weapons when it came to directly increasing a martial artist's strength. Besides the Phoenix Heart Pill, Sun Cypresstar didn't need medicinal ingredients to refine anything else. If he bet the Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron, then although the chances of losing were extremely high, there was still the faint hope that he could win and break through to the late Divine Lord realm and increase his lifespan. Otherwise, there was no hope for him. With Sun Cypresstar's age, he had already dug out all of his potential and destiny. Chu Red Cloud had realized this point, and that was the only reason why she was willing to make such a bet. She knew that even if Sun Cypresstar was aware that this was a trap, he would still readily jump into it. Sun Cypresstar thought for a moment and said, "Chu Red Cloud, your charming Phoenix Palace was stronger than my Phoenix Cry Palace to begin with. You clearly made this bet to trick me. Hehe, since it's a bet, of course it has to be a bit more fair. My charming Phoenix Palace's disciples will consider their results lowered by 30%, that should be showing enough sincerity. How about it? Is Vice Hall Master Sun really so lacking in confidence towards his own disciples? 30%. Sun Cypresstar glanced at the disciples behind Chu Red Cloud and then towards his own. His eyes swept over Hu Yenguang and then Lin Ming. Although it was difficult to measure victory with sight alone, he could at least attempt to get a faint feeling. Sun Cypresstar did some calculations about potential scenarios. He felt that if Chu Red Cloud lowered the results of her disciples by 30%, then there really might be a chance to win. Sun Cypresstar had already been tempted. But his voice was still cold as he said, "You've already understood my entire situation and have even grasped my weak point. It seems you've really been aiming at my Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron for a while. Haha, Vice Hall Master Sun is too exaggerated. Vice Hall Master Sun is a fellow clansman of the ancient Phoenix Hall and is also so famous. There is no need to investigate to know the situation. Of course, I truly am interested in your Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron. So how about it, would you like to make this bet with me?" Sun Cypresstar's lips twitched. Chu Red Cloud had always been a crafty and scheming individual. He had come across her several times in his life and he had never managed to gain an advantage. Moreover, she had come prepared this time and had likely planned everything out from the start in order to win his Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron. She definitely had a great assurance she would win. But, the temptation was too great, he simply wasn't able to refuse. My Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron is a valuable treasure found in an ancient ruin. Although the Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen is precious, it absolutely cannot compare equally to the Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron. I can agree to your bet, but if I win I want more things. Haha, well said, then what do you want? Chu Red Cloud asked with a smile. She had already long expected that Sun Cypresstar would agree. A drop of Phoenix Heart Blood. Sun Cypresstar slowly enunciated. Chu Red Cloud slightly frowned but immediately said, "Done." Phoenix Heart Blood was at least 100 times more precious than Phoenix Plume Blood. Even a Divine Lord powerhouse would find it hard to give out a single drop. For a character on the level of Fairy Fong, even someone like her couldn't immediately take out a drop of Phoenix Heart Blood, because if she had it she would have already used it. Chu Red Cloud was certainly no exception. Although she had a high status in charming Phoenix Palace, the only way for her to obtain a drop of Phoenix Heart Blood was to pay a really high price. "What are the rules for this bet?" Sun Cypresstar asked, his tone solemn. In the world of martial artists, bets happened all the time. But this time, the stakes were simply too high. This was a bet that concerned his life. Junior disciples, senior disciples, you can choose any one of those sides as you please. We will only look at the results of the top 5, and victory or defeat will be decided by Senior Ruby Sovereign. I think that even you should trust the fairness of Senior Ruby Sovereign. The Ruby Sovereign that Chu Red Cloud spoke of was the artifact spirit of Fire Spirit Star's spirit artifact. It was an artifact spirit that had existed for a time far longer than Phoenix Cry Palace's Saint Artifact Pavilion artifact spirit. Moreover, its strength was formidable, and through all these years it had managed the smelting trial for the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace, Praying Phoenix Palace, and Charming Phoenix Palace. The number of talented disciples it had seen through the years was countless. With such a respected senior judging the bet, it would undoubtedly be fair. I can choose junior disciples or senior disciples. Sun Cypresstar's eyes brightened. He turned to look at White Dao Hong, clearly wanting his opinion on the matter. White Dao Hong thought for a brief moment and said with a true essence sound transmission, "Elder Sun, if you are counting on me to defeat Lu Xiaoyun, then I might have to disappoint you. My chances of defeating her are no higher than 30%. As White Dao Hong spoke, he kept his eyes locked onto a blue-clothed woman standing behind Chu Red Cloud. This woman looked indifferent, with an ethereal air around her. The point between her eyebrows was dotted with intricate runes, lending her a mystical and marvelous temperament. This person was the #1 disciple of Charming Phoenix Palace's Phoenix Hall, Lu Xiaoyun. She was also White Dao Hong's greatest competition here. It's not just Lu Xiaoyun, but everyone else is unfathomably strong. Besides me, only junior apprentice brother Xiao has a chance of entering the top 5. Even if Charming Phoenix Palace were to lower their results by 30%, I fear we will still lose. Sun Cypresstar grit his teeth. He looked over towards the junior disciples and his eyes stopped at Lin Ming. Lin Ming remained silent throughout, not commenting on anything. Finally, Sun Cypresstar took a deep breath and grimly said, "I choose the junior disciples." "Oh." Chu Red Cloud seemed surprised and then immediately smiled. It seems Vice Hall Master Sun is confident in the junior disciples. Do you perhaps have some hidden card in hand? My Phoenix Cry Palace has indeed produced a passable disciple, but... Chu Red Cloud, since you made this bet it's impossible that you didn't look up everything ahead of time. I think you should already know who I'm talking about. Sun Cypresstar didn't believe that Chu Red Cloud did not know about Lin Ming. Lin Ming's name had already spread throughout the entire Phoenix Cry Palace as it stirred up a great wave. If Chu Red Cloud wanted to look up information on him, that would be an extremely easy task. At this time, Chu Red Cloud was only deliberately pretending she hadn't calculated everything in advance, thus the reason why Sun Cypresstar was lacking confidence in victory. Haha. Chu Red Cloud smiled, not replying. She certainly knew of Lin Ming. And in a situation where she knew of Lin Ming, she still dared to make this bet. That meant that not only was she extremely confident in the junior disciples of Charming Phoenix Hall, but she had also found a method to deal with Lin Ming. Then again, this competition was measuring the top 5 and not just solely first place. Good. Then let's clap hands to seal the oath. Chu Red Cloud stretched out a snow-white palm. Sun Cypresstar grit his teeth and slapped his palm against hers. Pa. A light clap echoed out, a clear sound even in the surging winds. This meant that the bet had officially started. Let's go. Sun Cypresstar spoke to the disciples behind him. All disciples, follow me back to the spirit ship. As Chu Red Cloud saw this, she smiled, not saying anything. She knew that Sun Cypresstar was gathering up all the disciples to incentivize and galvanize them. Her eyes fell onto the back of a white-clothed youth from Phoenix Cry Palace, and her lips curved up in a devious smile. So you're Lin Ming, right? What a pity that you're a man and cannot join my charming Phoenix Palace. I've already looked up your information and am well aware of your strengths. Your combat strength far surpasses all other rising talents, and you truly deserve first place in that aspect. But unfortunately, when it comes down to achievements in concepts and laws, you are destined to suffer a loss in this ancient phoenix smelting trial. Little Moon, what do you think? Chu Red Cloud turned around to glance at a 16 to 17-year-old girl behind her. Hehe, Auntie, please feel relieved. Although this Lin Ming looks a bit wooden and stodgy, I won't underestimate my opponent. I will help Auntie win the heaven-eclipsing cauldron. At that time, you can help others refine pills even better. The girl called Little Moon said. Ho ho, aren't you a smart little trickster? Chu Red Cloud brightly laughed, as if spring were blooming around her. But at this time, within Phoenix Cry Palace's spirit ship, another scene was occurring. Sun Cypresstar's complexion was sober and gloomy, extremely gloomy. Since Chu Red Cloud had dared to make this bet, she certainly had confidence she could win. As for him, he was just the opposite. The ancient Phoenix smelting trial was not just a competition of one, but a bet that looked at the top 5. Phoenix Cry Palace had already gained a profit from Chu Redcloud's decision to only look at the top 5. If the two palaces had to compare overall results, Phoenix Cry Palace would be in a much worse state. You may have heard, but this gambling bet is extremely important to me. Extremely important. It concerns my life and my property. In the bet just now, I also added in the condition of a single drop of Phoenix Heartblood from Chu Redcloud. This drop of Phoenix Heartblood is for all of you. If you have the ability to win, then this drop of Phoenix Heartblood will be yours. Whoever has the ability to take it can take it. A drop of Phoenix Heartblood is a treasure that can cause even Divine Lord Realm powerhouses to fight over it. Compared to a top-grade Saint artifact, it is at least 10 times more precious. If you can obtain a drop of Phoenix Heartblood and fuse it into your body, then the quality of your bloodline will vastly improve. It will be highly beneficial to you when you break into the 9th stage of life destruction from the 8th stage. When you are making your breakthrough into Ninefall, you will even have another 2 layered heavens added onto your success. Not just that, but I will personally put forth lucrative rewards. All sorts of pills, heavenly materials, high-grade Saint artifacts, top-grade Saint artifacts, all those who make good contributions will be suitably rewarded. In addition, in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial, the artifact spirit that watches over this trial, Senior Ruby Sovereign, will also pass out corresponding rewards. These are the rules of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. All rewards come from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. Thus, to all of you, this ancient Phoenix smelting trial is a great lucky chance. Sun Cypresstar's words were extremely moving. As the disciples heard him, all of them began to stir restlessly, their auras shooting into the skies like rainbows. All sorts of lucky chances and treasures were placed right before them, just waiting for them to reach out their hand. The ordinary disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace didn't have a master who appreciated them and supported them. Thus, they had to rely on themselves and fight for every lucky chance they could. With so many opportunities placed in front of them, even if the chances of obtaining them weren't too high, they still had to desperately claw their way towards them. Chapter 994, Trial by Fire. Chapter 994, Trial by Fire. After the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace and Charming Phoenix Palace arrived, in the same evening the disciples of Praying Phoenix Palace also landed. Praying Phoenix Palace was the opposite of Charming Phoenix Palace. Their disciples were entirely male. As Charming Phoenix Palace represented yin phoenixes and Praying Phoenix Palace represented yang phoenixes, the meaning of Praying Phoenix Palace was that they were praying for a wife to match them. Whether it was the male disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace or Praying Phoenix Palace, it was an honor if they could marry a proud Phoenix bloodline disciple. And every ancient Phoenix smelting trial was a prime opportunity for the male disciples to mingle with these female disciples. They could show off their skills, obtain rewards, and also have chances to win the hearts of beautiful women. To these male disciples, what was better than this? After the disciples of Praying Phoenix Palace arrived, the ancient Phoenix smelting trial finally began. The main venue of Fire Spirit Star's ancient Phoenix smelting trial was an underground divine pagoda named the 18 Hells of Flame. It was a spirit artifact level treasure that was a higher grade than Saint Artifact Pavilion. And the Ruby Sovereign was the artifact spirit of the 18 Hells of Flame. The 18 Hells of Flame pagoda was built extremely strangely. Normally, a pagoda was thicker at the base and thinner at the top, but the 18 Hells of Flame pagoda was different. It was narrow at the base and grew thicker the further it extended downwards, as if a pagoda had been smashed underground. A pagoda with 18 levels didn't seem too great, but the 18 Hells of Flame pagoda was actually 180,000 miles long, and every level represented 10,000 miles. From the surface of Fire Spirit Star, this pagoda passed straight into the planet's core. Whether it was a fire star or an ordinary planet, the deeper one went towards the core, the greater the temperature would become. The environment would become far more dangerous and terrifying. The core of a blazing fire star was at least 10,000 times hotter than magma. At such a high temperature, even a divine transformation realm powerhouse would be burnt to ash if they touched it. However, even though Fire Spirit Star was not a true fire star, it was still a celestial planet that converged a massive amount of fire origin energy. It wasn't that much worse than a small fire star. Not to mention anything else, but the fire energy heavenly wind already surpassed the speed of sound. Every gust of wind blew for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years around the entire star. The energy required for this was unfathomable. If the surface was so horrifying, then the inside could be imagined. The temperature and pressure reached a nearly unimaginable degree. The first level of the 18 Hells of Flame pagoda had the lowest temperature. But that was only relatively speaking. The first level continued for 10,000 miles and the starting temperature was the heat of magma. The closer one approached to the second level, the greater the temperature became. The very bottom of the first level had a temperature over a dozen times hotter than molten magma. And temperature was only one of the dangers. The 18 Hells of Flame were filled with all sorts of various array formations, all of them designed to test and torture the trial challengers to their limits. Lin Ming floated high above the skies of the 18 Hells of Flame pagoda with the rest of the Phoenix Cry Palace disciples. The base of the pagoda and also the smallest point was much wider than the Eternal Demon Abyss. It was over 30,000 miles in diameter. A pagoda body at least 30,000 miles wide and 180,000 miles high. Lin Ming had no idea what sort of Supreme Elder had used their great supernatural powers to insert this titanic structure into Fire Spirit Star. Lin Ming could faintly feel that the heaven and earth origin energy of Fire Spirit Star was being absorbed into this divine pagoda. For hundreds of thousands of years, from the surface to the core, the 18 Hells of Flame pagoda had been absorbing fire origin energy from all over the world. Lin Ming suspected that the ancient Phoenix Clan Supreme Elder who had placed the 18 Hells of Flame pagoda here wished to use the entire Fire Spirit Star as a sacrifice to refine the pagoda, increasing the grade of the pagoda by yet another level. To use Fire Spirit Star as a furnace to refine the 180,000-mile-long divine pagoda, such boldness surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. Come, all disciples, follow me to enter the 18 Hells of Flame. You will all cultivate in there and see just what level you can stay at. Sun Cypresstar said as he led the crowd of disciples to fly into the 18 Hells of Flame. In other directions, the disciples of Charming Phoenix Palace and Praying Phoenix Palace also flew into the 18 Hells of Flame. As soon as Lin Ming entered the space within the 18 Hells of Flame, he could feel that the fire origin energy heavenly winds suddenly rose to another level. This place was simply a sea of fire. Endless red mist filled this vast space, covering everything and making it hard to see through. Lin Ming also knew that this red mist passed all the way through a bottomless pit into the core of Fire Spirit Star. The deeper one went, the more terrifying it would become. Many of Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples already had a hard time maintaining their protective true essence on the surface of Fire Spirit Star, let alone against the heavenly winds in the 18 Hells of Flame. There were 4 or 5 disciples that could not resist the pressure as their protective true essence immediately cracked apart like an egg. Ah! These disciples cried out in terror as they saw the violent heavenly wind rush towards them, ready to rip them apart. But at this moment, a blue-green energy emerged out of thin air and wrapped around their bodies, isolating the heavenly wind outside so that these disciples weren't torn to bits. The several disciples were panic-stricken. At that moment they thought they would lose their lives. They looked at the blue-green energy surrounding their bodies. You useless piles of garbage, Humph, I really have no idea how you lot managed to pass the smelting trial qualifications. You just entered the 18 Hells of Flame and faced a bit of heavenly wind and yet you couldn't even withstand that. Senior Ruby Sovereign even had to save you. All of you have shamed my Phoenix Cry Palace, Sun Cypresstar bluntly said, his nerves grating. The blue-green energy that had rescued these disciples had come from the artifact spirit of the 18 Hells of Flame, Ruby Sovereign. Ever since Sun Cypresstar agreed to Chu Redcloud's bet, his mood had become extremely grim and he was worried about losing. Now that he saw the disciples he brought along being so useless, how could he not become mad? Ho ho ho! At this moment, a clear and light laugh echoed out. Without looking, Sun Cypresstar could tell that it was Charming Phoenix Palace's Chu Redcloud. Behind her was the crowd of Charming Phoenix Palace disciples. The one leading these disciples was the blue-clothed Lu Xiaoyun, and behind Lu Xiaoyun was that strange little trickster girl who had been called Little Moon. Besides them, charming Phoenix Palace still had 800 to 900 female disciples. Their average strength was indeed higher than that of the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace. Even the weakest and most mediocre of charming Phoenix Palace's Firebird Hall disciples were able to maintain their protective true essence so that it didn't shatter, albeit barely managing to do so. In fact, within the ancient Phoenix clan, there tended to be more female talents than male talents. Back in Divine Phoenix Island, this was also the same situation. It was easier for purer Phoenix bloodlines to appear within the bodies of women. And within the entire Atlas world, 80% of the ancient Phoenix clan's female geniuses were gathered at Charming Phoenix Palace. Thus, Charming Phoenix Palace surpassed Phoenix Cry Palace and Praying Phoenix Palace in terms of talent. Correspondingly, the resources that the headquarters passed down to them also surpassed those of Phoenix Cry Palace and Praying Phoenix Palace. Little Moon clucked her tongue and smiled as she saw the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace clumsily fumble around like swimmers that were drowning. She only looked to be 16 to 17 years old, but she flew through the heavenly winds like a nimble little fish in water, without seeming bothered at all. "We're going to go first. We'll wait for you at the second level of the 18 Hells of Flame." Chu Red Cloud laughed as she spoke. She led her crowd of female disciples deeper underground. "We're keeping up," Sun Cypress Star coldly said. "If you discover you cannot withstand going any further, stop where you are and begin cultivating. This portion of the smelting trial will continue for another 20 days, and after that you will all undergo a harsh and rigorous special training period. If you cannot continue, then hurry up and get the fuck out of my way." Sun Cypress Star's anger had reached the point where he began cursing. Then, he no longer cared about these low-level disciples. He led the elite disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace deeper underground. The further they went, the more violent and brutal the fire origin energy heavenly winds became. Here, the heavenly winds formed high-speed rotating vortexes that spun around in the air. This wind was similar to endless sharp knives. If a martial artist with insufficient cultivation were to step into this wind, they would be directly torn to pieces. Not just that, but the surrounding temperature soared higher and higher. They were already at a temperature that was 8 or 9 times hotter than ordinary magma. This was still a temperature these geniuses could withstand. But, the true essence they consumed to maintain their protective barriers increased, making it increasingly difficult to continue. There were constantly disciples that were left behind. They couldn't continue any further because they reached the limit to maintain their protective true essence. Many of them even had their protective true essence shatter, forcing the 18 Hells of Flame artifact spirit to protect them and bring them back to a higher area. Of course, the female disciples of Charming Phoenix Palace weren't all peerless talents. Starting at 100 miles, there were constantly female disciples that were left behind. These female disciples casually chose a place to sit down and began cultivating. Within the 18 Hells of Flame there were many ways to train. One of the simplest kinds was to just stay within the 18 Hells of Flame and use true essence to resist the baptism of heat and pressure. This would continue until one's true essence was completely exhausted, and there would even be some people that fell unconscious. A martial artist's body was similar to a lake, and true essence was the water within. Every time a martial artist exhausted their true essence and pushed it past the limits, that was the same as digging in the lake and making it even deeper. This process made one's foundation more solid. It was an extremely simple but also extremely effective training method. As for the disciples of Praying Phoenix Palace, the performances of their disciples were about the same as those from Phoenix Cry Palace. By the time they reached 3,000 miles deep into the 18 Hells of Flame, half of their disciples had needed to stop because they couldn't withstand going any further. Then 4,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 6,000 miles. They quickly flew deeper down. The temperature here was already over a dozen times that of magma, and the velocity of the heavenly winds was over 10 times the speed of sound. Because the wind was too fast, the wind currents created terrifying sonic booms wherever they went. The sound of passing wind was like glass being etched with sabers. It was grating and excruciating to the ears. Even for those junior disciples who were making their first trip to Fire Spirit Star and were able to easily withstand the surface heat and wind, at this depth, many of them felt their protective true essence waver, ready to pop apart like bubbles in the wind. Peng! A high-ranked Vermilion Bird Hall disciple's protective true essence shattered and his body was sent flying backwards. His body was almost instantly wrapped up in a blue energy. Lin Ming was left speechless as he saw this scene. The three Great Branch Palaces had a total of nearly 3,000 disciples here, and within the 18 Hells of Flame they were all scattered in different locations. Even so, that artifact spirit named Ruby Sovereign was actually able to divide its divine sense into 3,000 sections, each part able to simultaneously look after a different disciple. Moreover, when the protective true essence of these disciples shattered, there might only be a period of 1,000th of the blink of an eye before the fire origin energy heavenly wind struck them. But even in such a short period of time, Ruby Sovereign was able to form blue flame energy from the concept of creation and use this to protect the disciples. This strength was truly startling. I really have no idea just what boundary this Ruby Sovereign has reached. Lin Ming thought out loud. At this moment, Sun Cypresstar said, "We're just 2,000 miles away from reaching the second level. Everyone, grit your teeth and continue forward." Chapter 995, Hells of Flame, Second Level. Chapter 995, Hells of Flame, Second Level. They had penetrated 8,000 miles deep into the Hells of Flame. This was a terrifying depth. Here, not only were the temperature and the fire origin energy heavenly winds terrifying, but the immense pressure from the thick fire fog pressed down on them. As it grinded against the martial artist's protective true essence, it emitted crackling sounds like a millstone. Guard your mind and do not blindly use force to resist it. You must use your understandings of laws to withstand it. This will be greatly beneficial to training and tempering your true essence, Sun Cypresstar said as he continued flying downwards. An 8,000-mile depth was a distance that even the disciples of Phoenix Hall were finding hard to resist. 9,000 miles. The several disciples who had entered Phoenix Hall only by virtue of their connections finally had their protective true essence burst open. Because one robed youth had exhausted all his energy, he directly fainted on the spot. In the next moment, he was wrapped up by the blue-green flame energy of the Ruby Sovereign and was sent to a safe minor dimension. In the last 1,000 miles, the difficulty rapidly shot up. More and more Phoenix Hall disciples found that they couldn't continue onwards. Besides Phoenix Hall, the disciples of the other three halls couldn't continue onwards. There was only one person left, and that was Ju Fei. At this time, Ju Fei was still fairly easily continuing downwards. But he knew that this relaxedness wouldn't last for much longer. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was doing well within his expectations, otherwise he wouldn't have been considered the target he had to surpass in the future. Hua Yengguang, Lin Ming, I want to see what step you two will be able to last until. Ju Fei quickened his pace as he thought this. The second level of the Hells of Flame was close at hand. At this moment, within the vast red dust and fog, everyone saw a group of women. The beautiful woman leading them was Chu Red Cloud. She had been waiting there for the Phoenix Cry Palace disciples. Ho ho! Chu Red Cloud smiled as the Phoenix Cry Palace disciples finally caught up. She wanted to take a look and see just how great the junior disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace were. Sun Cypresstar naturally noticed Chu Red Cloud. The two sides had a feeling of being in sharp opposition. Let's go, we're entering the second level. Chu Red Cloud led her disciples and directly rushed towards the second level. Sun Cypresstar took a deep breath and said, "Everyone wake up and give it everything you have. Don't weaken our morale." Bang! From the first level to the second level, space suddenly changed. Everyone saw their surroundings brighten as the world turned light blue. The flames here were blue in color. In the second level of the 18 Hells of Flame Pagoda, the temperature suddenly rose to yet another level. It was now 30 times the temperature of magma. At the same time, the fire origin energy turned into beasts within the air that rushed towards everyone. Even Lin Ming felt a tremendous pressure within this space. At this point, besides the senior disciples, there were only a dozen or so junior disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace remaining. As for Charming Phoenix Palace, they were better off. They had 20-some people left remaining. White Dao Hong, take the Divine Transformation Realm disciples and continue downwards. I will slowly continue with the junior disciples. Sun Cypresstar said. He could faintly feel that the second level was the limit for the junior disciples. If they continued much further, the junior disciples wouldn't be able to last. Okay, Elder Sunday. White Dao Hong turned into a beam of light and led the Divine Transformation Realm disciples deeper into the hells of flame. To the Divine Transformation Realm disciples, the first 2 levels weren't considered much at all. Chu Red Cloud faintly smiled and softly said, Xiaoyun, take the Divine Transformation Realm disciples and follow White Dao Hong. Do not weaken the momentum of our Charming Phoenix Palace. Yes, Elder Master. Lu Xiaoyun replied without expression. She turned into a blue beam of light and led the Divine Transformation Realm disciples of Charming Phoenix Palace to chase after White Dao Hong. 2 brilliant rainbows shot downwards. In the hells of flame, they were actually having a competition of speed. As soon as the Divine Transformation Realm disciples left, the ones remaining were mostly Life Destruction and Divine Sea Realm disciples. And the focus of the competition was concentrated on the junior disciples that were 33 years old and below. This was not without reason. These people were the key characters that decided victory or defeat in the bet between Sun Cypresstar and Chu Red Cloud. Lin Ming didn't hastily rush downwards. Instead, he peacefully meditated on the wild yet mysterious fire origin energy here, comprehending the fire laws from the various shapes that the fire origin energy took. At this moment, Lin Ming felt a pair of eyes aimed at him. He looked up to see that on the side of Charming Phoenix Palace, a 16 to 17-year-old girl was looking at him with a smarmy smirk on her face, a hint of provocation in her eyes. You're the one called Lin Ming? My name is Yang Little Moon. I've heard of you before. It seems that you defeated a 9th stage life destruction martial artist during the 5th stage of life destruction, so your reputation shot up? Lin Ming looked at this Yang Little Moon, not responding. Once a martial artist reached life destruction, it was extremely difficult to tell their age from their appearance. This Yang Little Moon should be in her 20s, and her cultivation was a stage higher than his at the 7th stage of life destruction. Of all the junior disciples who were able to reach the 2nd level of the Hells of Flame, that cultivation could be considered among the lowest. To arrive here with a 7th stage life destruction cultivation, this girl was undoubtedly a proud heavenly daughter of Charming Phoenix Palace. In the future, it was highly likely she would grow into a character on the level of Lu Xiaoyun. Hee, our cultivations are similar. How about we compete a bit and see who can reach the 3rd level first? 3rd level? Lin Ming was slightly startled. With his current condition, he absolutely could not reach the 3rd level. The only reasonable method he could use to do so was to use the heretical god sprout to shield himself and absorb the fire origin energy. Only then would it be possible for him to reach the 3rd level. As a final resort, he could open the Grand Mist space and directly melt away the fire laws within the Hells of Flame. If he did that, then there would be no problem to reach the 3rd level. However, Lin Ming didn't want to depend on the heretical god sprout too much. The power of laws was something he had to comprehend himself in order to develop the most solid foundation. While he could use the things that the heretical god force absorbed, they still weren't his own. As for releasing the Grand Mist space, that completely negated the training effect of this smelting trial. There would be no significance in doing so. Thus, Lin Ming was preparing to rely on himself to rush into the 18 Hells of Flame. Not too far away from Yang Little Moon, Chu Red Cloud was watching all of this happen. Her lips curved up in a small smile. No one at Phoenix Cry Palace knew that Yang Little Moon had a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Within her body, half her bloodline was human and the other half was of the ancient phoenix. Such an extreme genius had already achieved a terrifying boundary in the comprehension and compatibility of fire laws. It was to a degree that ordinary martial artists could never compete with her. In the future, Yang Little Moon's accomplishments would surely be far more extraordinary than Lu Xiaoyun's. Even placed within Charming Phoenix Palace where talents freely poured forth, she was a rare talent that appeared only every several hundred years or even every 1,000 years. I'm not interested. I'll descend another 2,000 miles at most before I stop. Lin Ming said without expression. He could faintly feel that this Yang Littlemoon's understanding of fire laws surpassed even Hua Yenguang's. It had to be known that Hua Yenguang had crossed the 9th stage of life destruction. When he crossed the 9th stage of life destruction, he had to withstand the baptism of the heavenly Tao. But Yang Little Moon hadn't gone through that. Yet even so, her comprehension of fire laws had reached the level of Hua Yenguang. From this alone her talent and perception could be imagined. As for Lin Ming, his comprehension of fire laws was far inferior to Hua Yenguang's. If his understanding of fire laws was lacking, then he would have to expend several times the true essence for every step he took within the 18 hells of flame. It would simply be impossible for him to go much further. If Lin Ming didn't cheat by using the heretical god sprout, then the most he could descend was another 2,000 to 3,000 miles in the 2nd level. You can only descend another 2,000 to 3,000 miles? Yang Little Moon was surprised. That's the level you're at. This is far too boring. Auntie Red Cloud, you really determined that this Lin Ming fellow is my greatest rival here? Yang Little Moon looked at Chu Red Cloud with some dissatisfaction. Before arriving at Fire Spirit Star, Chu Red Cloud had urged Yang Little Moon numerous times to be careful of Lin Ming. But now that she saw Lin Ming with her own eyes, all she could see was that he was nothing but mediocre. Do not underestimate your opponent. Lin Ming's superiority stems not from his comprehension of fire laws. There are many aspects of which he has an advantage you cannot compare against. In this smelting trial, although fire laws and compatibility with fire origin energy are the most important parts, it doesn't solely focus on these 2 points. As for other aspects, they will also be tested here. Humph. If we haven't competed, then how can it be known that I am inferior to him in any aspect at all? He defeated a 9th stage life destruction martial artist at the 5th stage of life destruction, but that's probably because that Hua Yenguang is far too stupid. Since Auntie favors him, I will take a look and see just how he excels in other fields. But for now, I'm not going to follow them along. These people are so slow that they seem like snails. I'll be heading down first. As Yang Little Moon spoke, she no longer bothered with Lin Ming. She gathered her true essence and turned into a red beam of light that shot towards the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame. Her speed couldn't compare with the Divine Transformation Realm disciples, but it was still alarming. As the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace saw this, all of them were left bamboozled. Who is that young girl? If I didn't read wrong, then isn't she at the 7th stage of life destruction? Heavens! I'm at the Divine Sea Realm, but I'm already finding it hard to continue. If I flew down at high speed I would likely just die, but she's doing it so easily. Is she even human? Yang Little Moon was a genius that had just recently appeared at charming Phoenix Palace. The people of Phoenix Cry Palace simply didn't know of her. Now that they saw her prowess, all of them were inevitably shocked. And as Sun Cypresstar saw this, he felt his heart skip a beat. He reached out a part of his sense and tracked down Yang Little Moon. Then, he made a startling discovery. In just 2 breaths of time, Yang Little Moon had dove over 1,000 miles downwards to reach a 12,000-mile depth. Then, 13,000 miles, 14,000 miles, 15,000 miles. Moreover, at that depth her speed still didn't diminish. It was only at the 18,000-mile depth that Yang Little Moon's speed began to faintly reduce. At 19,000 miles, she began to slow down as if she were reaching her limit. But the 19,000-mile distance was already nearing the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame. How could this be possible? A 7th stage life destruction martial artist neared the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame. Sun Cypresstar looked up at Chu Red Cloud and his voice changed. She has. Chu Red Cloud faintly smiled in response. She slowly and clearly said, "Perfect ancient phoenix bloodline." Perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. How is that possible? Those with perfect ancient phoenix bloodlines are only born in the 3 great family clans and they are concentrated at headquarters, so how could any one of them be at your charming Phoenix Palace? Chapter 996. If you want to bet, then bet Yang Little Moon. Chapter 996. If you want to bet, then bet Yang Little Moon. In the ancient Phoenix clan, geniuses could appear even within the common folk. But it was impossible for someone with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline to appear within the commoners, because a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline required two parents with extremely rich bloodlines in order for a slight chance of such a child appearing. Such people were concentrated in the three great family clans and the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. They could be considered the royal family of the ancient Phoenix clan. And for a genius that appeared amongst the common people, their talent usually lay in comprehension of laws, training speed, or other such aspects. But in terms of solely bloodline, even the most unrivaled genius of the common people would pale in comparison to the most ordinary disciples of the three great family clans. The power of bloodline was the very foundation on which the three great family clans existed. That was the reason they had been able to dominate the ancient Phoenix clan for so many years. They maintained a strict and harsh marriage system and absolutely prohibited their bloodlines from being diluted. But this Yang Little Moon, looking at her last name, didn't seem to originate from the three great family clans. In the ancient Phoenix clan there was indeed a distinguished Yang family, but they were still far from being able to birth someone with a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. Sun Cypresstar never would have imagined that charming Phoenix Palace actually had a disciple with a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. This simply defied all logic, because such a person would only appear in the three great family clans. After they appeared, they would surely be kept in the bases of the three great family clans or the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters and be a focus of training. They would not be sent to branch palaces. Sun Cypresstar knew this. That was why he was willing to make this bet. If he knew that charming Phoenix Palace had such a disciple, he would never have agreed to it. Hehe, in life, everything is possible. Normally speaking, if you aren't a junior of the three great family clans, then you're unlikely to have a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. But Little Moon stumbled upon a lucky chance. As she was exploring a mystic realm, she was sent tumbling into a god-burying valley by a wild space flow. But not only did she not die, she even found a pond of phoenix blood there, and she used that pond to evolve her ancient phoenix bloodline into perfection. Chu Red Cloud smiled as she spoke. She ignored Sun Cypresstar's increasingly ugly complexion. Sun Cypresstar felt as if someone had stabbed a dagger into his heart. He already knew that this Chu Red Cloud woman was difficult to deal with, and there would be a high chance of losing any bet made with her. However, Chu Red Cloud had suddenly put forth an Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen, a temptation that he wasn't able to refuse. As they said, humans died for wealth and birds died for food. In the face of such an irresistible lure, even a 20,000-year-old man like him had to take the risk. Thus, he had fallen into Chu Red Cloud's devious machinations. Originally, Sun Cypresstar's greatest hope was Lin Ming. Besides Lin Ming, it was fine if just one of the other junior disciples could place in the top 5. But now, when Lin Ming was compared to the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline of this Yang Little Moon, it seemed that he was bound to lose. As for the other disciples, they were even less worthy of mentioning. Even if charming Phoenix Palace had decided to lower their results by 30%, all hope of victory was quickly fading away. His chances of winning this bet were looking more and more unlikely. If you agreed to the bet, then you must also accept the loss. Vice Hall Master Sun, you wouldn't go back on a promise, right? Chu Red Cloud laughed out loud. But in Sun Cypresstar's eyes, that laughing face was actually filled with extreme evil and sinister intent. If possible, he really wanted to rush over and strike her to death with a palm. Humph! What nonsense are you spouting? I agreed to the bet, so I must agree to the loss. Chu Red Cloud, there are still 2 years left in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. Don't think that you've already won. Sun Cypresstar calmly said. Haha. 2 years is fine, but I'm afraid that the longer this lasts, the further your Phoenix Cry Palace disciples will be thrown away. 2 years from now, Little Moon should be able to reach the 5th level of the Hells of Flame. She might even have a chance of entering the 6th level, who knows? Amongst your disciples, how many can reach the 4th level? As for the 5th level, I think you're all done for. Chu Red Cloud chuckled. Her eyes fell onto Lin Ming, apprentice nephew Lin. What do you think? Lin Ming didn't expect that Chu Red Cloud would suddenly point her spear at him. For a time, he was the focus of all attention. Whether it was Phoenix Cry Palace or charming Phoenix Palace, all disciples looked towards Lin Ming to see what his response would be. Lin Ming slightly frowned. Chu Red Cloud's words were difficult to answer. Agreeing with her was impossible, but if he disagreed then that would place a tremendous pressure on the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace. If he couldn't keep up with his own words later then that would really be disgraceful. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said, "Marshal Senior Chu, are you saying that you wish for me to agree with you?" Chu Red Cloud's eyebrows arched upwards. She softly laughed and said, "Apprentice Nephew Lin can certainly disagree with me. This is my first time entering Fire Spirit Star to participate in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. I don't have much of an understanding towards this 18 hells of flame, so I naturally wouldn't dare to make outrageous boasts or claims. But Marshal Senior Chu has so generously promised 1 drop of Phoenix Heartblood if Elder Son can win. I, Lin Ming, am of low talent and my bloodline is also very faint. I truly do need a drop of Phoenix Heartblood to help consolidate my foundation when I cross the 7th stage of life destruction. Thus, I thank Marshal Senior Chu for the good intentions and shall naturally try my hardest not to disappoint you. Only by desperately risking my life will I have a slight hope of winning. Then, how about this, since Marshal Senior Chu is so confident in junior apprentice sister Yang Little Moon, how about we change the conditions of this bet so that the other disciples are no longer involved and it will only be between me and junior apprentice sister Yang Little Moon. I also no longer need Charming Phoenix Palace to lower their results by 30%. Whoever places higher shall be the victor. How about that?" Lin Ming's words were extremely gentle and polite, but also extremely forceful. His response caused all the surrounding martial artists to suck in a breath of cold air. Facing Chu Red Cloud's trick question, Lin Ming not only answered, but he also put forth a strong counterattack. Of course, this counterattack was built on the basis that Lin Ming could win. At the minimum, his results needed to not be too different from Yang Little Moon's. Otherwise, if he were beaten into the ground by Yang Little Moon, then he would draw the ridicule of everyone onto him. What Lin Ming did was the same as placing all the burden on his shoulders. This caused the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace to feel relieved, but also to feel worried for Lin Ming. This was a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. Just from looking at the results within the 18 hells of flame so far, Lin Ming was clearly inferior to Yang Little Moon. Since he put forth such a change in the betting rules, could he really do anything? It was not wrong that Lin Ming's progression was frighteningly fast, but how could Yang Little Moon, with her perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, be slow? 2 years from now, Lin Ming might not have overtaken her, but instead have fallen further behind. All of the Phoenix Cry Palace disciples were nervous for Lin Ming, and each of them had different thoughts on the situation. Zhu Fei opened his mouth several times as if he wanted to say something, but he eventually didn't. Lin Ming's words were the same as removing him from the bet. If this was before, then Zhu Fei might have been the first one to jump out and object. However, when he saw Yang Little Moon's terrifying talent on full display just now, even his proud and arrogant heart had come under heavy attack. After arriving at the 2nd level of the Hells of Flame, he couldn't go much further. If someone told him to be boastful and challenge Yang Little Moon, he absolutely would not have the courage to do so. Without any valiant intrepidness left in his heart, all he could do was shut up and not argue. Zhu Fei grit his teeth and glanced over at Hu Yenguang. He saw that Hu Yenguang was actually calm, without any intentions of opposing. Lin Ming didn't wait for Chu Red Cloud to respond. He first looked at Sun Cypress Star. This bet was made by Sun Cypress Star. If he wanted to change the rules of the bet, he first had to obtain the approval of Sun Cypress Star. Sun Cypress Star deeply looked at Lin Ming and then slowly nodded. In fact, if Lin Ming lost to Yang Little Moon, then if Hu Yenguang managed to advance into the top 5, they would still only occupy 2 spots. Even if Charming Phoenix Palace lowered their results by 30%, there still wasn't any hope of victory. Thus, whether Lin Ming could win or not was already the key of this bet. Lin Ming changing the rules of the bet didn't increase the chances of Sun Cypress Star winning. In fact, there would be even less random variables added in. Lin Ming would only need to worry about his own strength and not about others. This was a choice originating from absolute self-confidence. Ha 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 ha. Chu Red Cloud's clear laughter echoed through the world. Heroes have always come from the young. When I was still at charming Phoenix Palace, I had already heard great tales of apprentice nephew Lin's bravado and daring. But now that I see you today, your boldness is truly extraordinary. Good, since you have proposed this change, I will agree. Moreover, I will also increase the stakes. If apprentice nephew Lin can win, then not only will I give up the drop of Phoenix Heartblood and the Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen, but how about I also gift you a pair of utterly exquisite women? Chu Redcloud's words caused a strange expression to appear on Lin Ming's face. And on the side of Phoenix Cry Palace, many junior disciples were surprised at Chu Redcloud's words before revealing looks thick with envy and desire. The so-called utterly exquisite women were clearly disciples of charming Phoenix Palace, and they would also be a pair. Within the three branch palaces of Atlas World, whether it was Phoenix Cry Palace or Praying Phoenix Palace, the male disciples of both palaces coveted and would be proud to marry a disciple from charming Phoenix Palace. Moreover, there would be two of them. Of course, being envious was useless. If they wished to enjoy the happiness of two such wives, they would need the strength to back up their thoughts. As for the female disciples of charming Phoenix Palace, they were stunned at first before all of them reacted differently. Most of the senior disciples tenderly smiled, a meaningful and amiable look on their faces. But as for the junior disciples, most of them blushed a deep crimson. These young women hadn't yet experienced any romantic feelings towards other men yet. Now that this matter was suddenly brought up, they were naturally shy and embarrassed. In fact, with Lin Ming's talent and his handsome looks, he was truly an ideal candidate for a husband. At this time, Sun Cypresstar sneered. He said, Chu Redcloud, your wishful thoughts are planned out quite well. If Lin Ming can win, then that proves his talent surpasses that of Yang Little Moon. For him to not possess a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline but to have a talent that surpasses it, that would truly be incredible. That is because one can obtain a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline as long as they pay a great enough price. But for all other aspects of talent, they are mostly set. It is highly difficult to enhance any of them. In that way, Lin Ming will likely become a character on the level of a palace master. You plan to randomly throw out two girls from the Chu family and not only climb up using this relationship, but all talented disciples that stem from those girls in the future will also be children of the Chu family. Lin Ming would also become the son-in-law of your Chu family. No matter how one looks at it, you will profit no matter what happens. Chu Redcloud, you really are a wolf that can never stop eating meat. No matter what the situation is, the one to eat a loss will never be you. After her plans were revealed by Sun Cypresstar, Chu Redcloud wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she brightly smiled and said, What do you mean I'll randomly throw out two girls? I already have two girls in mind, and they are beautiful twin sisters that have both first-class looks and talent. If they take care of Lin Ming together, that will absolutely not be disgraceful to him. Others could never search for such a good deed even if they tried. Moreover, I never said that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to take concubines in the future. What sort of hot-blooded man would refuse such conditions? What do you say, apprentice nephew Lin? Chu Redcloud revealed a meaningful smile, a happy teasing light in her eyes as she looked at Lin Ming. Even Lin Ming was a bit embarrassed by this situation and he didn't speak at all. But then, Sun Cypresstar scoffed. What beautiful twin sisters. If you really have the gall then just marry Yang Little Moon to Lin Ming. If you want to bet then bet Yang Little Moon. Chapter 997, Dare. Chapter 997, Dare. Bet Yang Little Moon. All the Phoenix Cry Palace disciples felt their jaws drop as they heard Sun Cypresstar say this. They were all left staring dumbfounded. Just who was Yang Little Moon? She was someone with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. She was a proud daughter of heaven that stood out amongst all proud daughters of heaven. If one could make love to Yang Little Moon, then that truly would be a wonderful event. Without discussing Yang Little Moon's top-class appearance and figure, just her perfect ancient phoenix bloodline would be a massive lucky chance to the man who took her primordial yin. In the ancient phoenix clan, if a man and woman had sex then their bloodlines would supplement each other. When Lin Ming was at Divine Phoenix Island, this was also the case. Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun were both saintesses of Divine Phoenix Island, and they possessed pure vermilion bird and blue Luan bloodlines. The person who took their primordial yin could strengthen their own bloodlines. However, Lin Ming was an exception at the time. With his 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood, his bloodline was far purer and richer than Mu Qianyu's vermilion bird bloodline by countless times. When Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu made love, she had actually been the one to pick up all the advantages from his body. When a male and female had sex, the one with the thinner bloodline would obtain advantages from the one with the richer bloodline. If Lin Ming had the chance to have sex with someone with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline, the immense advantages could be imagined. In particular, the virginity of a woman. If one could obtain a woman's primordial yin energy, the advantages would be even greater. Lin Ming was indeed talented, but the bloodline within his body was far too pale. This was because he had never been a true legitimate ancient Phoenix clan clansman from the start. He was far from being able to compare with Hu Yengguang, let alone someone like Yang Little Moon. If he could make love with Yang Little Moon, then the benefits couldn't be outweighed by even several drops of Phoenix heart blood. It was exactly because of this reason that the Phoenix Cry Palace disciples were stirred up. They began to shout out loud, "Bet Yang Little Moon! Elder Sun is far too ruthless. Yang Little Moon is a pharaoh-like figure, like an immortal celestial of heaven. When she grows in the future, there will be countless handsome heroic young elites who will chase her hand for marriage. These people will likely include the future family head successors for the 3 great family clans, or even someone like the son of the ancient Phoenix clan's patriarch. Their status surpasses senior apprentice brother White Dao Hong by countless times, to a point that we cannot imagine. Lin Ming is talented, but that is only in relation to our Phoenix Cry Palace. If he is compared to geniuses like them, he is far from being qualified. If Yang Little Moon marries Lin Ming, that is something beyond his status. That's right. Lin Ming is a martial artist who ascended from the lower realms. In terms of background, he is no better than a common mortal disciple of Phoenix Cry Palace or Charming Phoenix Palace. His bloodline density is extremely limited. If he dual cultivates with Yang Little Moon, then she will be the one to suffer a loss. If they have children in the future, their bloodline will be lacking too. How could her family possibly agree to this? Yang Little Moon will suffer a loss, but that punk Lin Ming's gains will be far too great and for far too little. Those benefits, it makes one crazy just thinking about them. The disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace were drooling just talking about it. Which one of the male disciples didn't wish to marry such a magnificent woman like Yang Little Moon? If they had to exchange 20,000 years of their life in exchange for a single night with her, at least 90% of the male disciples might be willing to do that. However, someone poured water over everyone's parade. You make it sound as if Yang Little Moon is already married to Lin Ming. For Lin Ming to win against Yang Little Moon in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial, that is just far too difficult. Yeah, it does seem impossible. In the entire junior generation of the ancient Phoenix clan, there are only a few people with perfect ancient Phoenix bloodlines. It won't be easy to win. Sun Cypresstar's words had caused a heated discussion throughout the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace. Men were always enthusiastic to discuss beautiful women to begin with. Moreover, this was a topic that Elder Sun had raised himself. Even if they couldn't obtain Yang Little Moon, they could still drool over their imaginations. Sun Cypresstar normally managed his disciples in a strict and severe manner. But today, as he saw the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace heatedly discussing Yang Little Moon, not only did he not admonish them, but he even smiled. After seeing Chu Red Cloud and suffering repeated losses to her, he had finally been able to retaliate. Seeing Chu Red Cloud's flustered expression really caused his thoughts to flow much more smoothly. What about it, Fairy Chu? Wasn't victory already in your hands? Weren't you sure that Yang Little Moon could win? Didn't you say that someone who agrees to a bet must accept their losses? Since you're so confident, you might as well agree as you're winning anyway. Ho ho ho. Chu Red Cloud gingerly laughed. She shook her head, saying, Vice Hall Master Sun doesn't need to try and shock me. This child Little Moon is not my daughter and I cannot take responsibility for her. Lin Ming is still a handsome and talented young man. Although he is slightly inferior in the aspect of bloodlines and laws, those can be increased by paying a steep enough price. Unfortunately, only my big brother can take responsibility for Little Moon's marriage matters. However, what I can guarantee is that if Lin Ming truly does defeat Little Moon, then I shall serve as a matchmaker and raise the issue with my big brother. As for whether or not he agrees, I can make no guarantees. Chu Red Cloud impishly smiled. Sun Cypress Star was not satisfied with this reply. He said, Chu Red Cloud, is everything you say always a bunch of nonsense? When Lin Ming defeats Yang Little Moon and then your big brother does not agree, then what? Is that interesting at all? Elder son, I already said I cannot take responsibility for this matter. If apprentice nephew Lin has a liking for a little girl from my Chu family, then I can take responsibility for that. However, she is only 14 years old, so you'll have to wait several more years for her. Chu Red Cloud laughed. But at this time, a red beam of light shot out from deep within the Hells of Flame at an extremely quick speed. It was Yang Little Moon, who had returned from the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame. Yang Little Moon was very popular in charming Phoenix Palace. When Sun Cypress Star had stirred up Chu Red Cloud with his suggestions just now, Yang Little Moon's close confidant had quietly used a special sound-transmitting talisman to send a message to Yang Little Moon. As soon as Yang Little Moon heard the message, she became incensed with anger. She didn't bother impacting into the 3rd level and returned at full speed instead. Auntie, you are betting my marriage? You make a bet and you want me as part of the stakes now? Did this old man say that? Yang Little Moon glared at Sun Cypress Star, her small chest heaving up and down in rage. Any girl would be angry after hearing that they were made into some betting stake. Moreover, Yang Little Moon was extremely arrogant to begin with. In these past years, there had been so many handsome heroic young elites chasing after her that she couldn't lose them even if she tried, and yet today someone was turning her into a betting stake? How ridiculous! How preposterous! How dare they? But unfortunately, Yang Little Moon's angry expression was not fierce or vicious at all. Instead, she appeared quite lovable and cute. As the male disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace looked at the angry Yang Little Moon, they revealed happy expressions in their eyes. Yang Little Moon was in her 20s, but her outer appearance was that of a 16-year-old girl. Really, her angry expression was simply too adorable. What a cute and lovable girl. If junior apprentice brother Lin can marry Yang Little Moon, that will be a good fortune he can enjoy for several lifetimes. Indeed. She's a wild and playful girl, but she's so beautiful even when she's angry. If I could marry her, I'd even be willing to give up 10,000 years of my life. The comments from the Phoenix Cry Palace disciples only added fuel to the fire. You people. Yang Little Moon was furious. These people simply didn't take her anger seriously. She felt as if she was being disregarded by them. Sun Cypress Star smiled. He stroked his beard and said, Yes, I am the old man who suggested this. How about it? Do you dare to agree to this bet? Humph, if you want to defeat me, then keep on dreaming. Yang Little Moon's lips curved up in a charming smile. At this time, she was fully displaying all of the arrogance and disdain in her heart. As Chu Red Cloud saw this, she felt her heart gripped. She said with a sound transmission, Little Moon, don't be tricked. This old man is only trying to provoke you. You absolutely must not be impulsive and agree. Chapter 998, Training within the Hells of Flame. Chapter 998, Training within the Hells of Flame. Humph, who cares if he provokes me? It isn't that I fear any bet, but that I do not like others using me as a betting stake. Even if I know I will absolutely win, I still won't agree to such a ridiculous proposition. Just because I am a girl doesn't mean I am a pet, nor am I an object, so why would I allow anyone to use me? Even the patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan cannot do that, Yang Little Moon coldly said. Her words were not spoken with a true essence sound transmission, but loudly shouted out for everyone to hear. She contemptuously looked at Lin Ming and said, Lin Ming, I'll make my own bet with you. If I lose to you, then I'll be your slave for the rest of my life, so how about it? Lin Ming's eyes twitched. He chuckled in response and said, I have to say that I definitely won't agree to something like that. Moreover, I think Miss Yang has misunderstood the situation. I certainly wouldn't take Miss Yang as a betting stake, that is simply a joke of Elder Sunday. And most importantly, I already have 2 wives, but they are living within the lower realms for now. Sun Cypresstar shook his head as he heard Lin Ming speak. This Lin Ming was really ruining his own stage. However, he was indeed just casually joking around to fluster Chu Red Cloud. He didn't have any hopes that Lin Ming would really marry Yang Little Moon. Looking at the wider situation, even if Yang Little Moon was naive and gambled with herself on the line, the Yang family definitely wouldn't allow her to marry Lin Ming. A talent like Yang Little Moon would likely marry a character on the level of the ancient Phoenix clan patriarch's son. Without mentioning that the child they produced would likely also have a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, just the advantages they could offer were far from what Lin Ming could compare with. The only possibility was if Lin Ming made ridiculous achievements in the future, the kind that were nearly impossible to accomplish. At that time, if he could marry Yang Little Moon and make love to her, then that would be a great lucky chance for him. Yang Little Moon's perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline could not be compared to several drops of Phoenix heart blood or even several spirit artifacts. And since Lin Ming's bloodline was so light, the advantages would be even greater. After hearing Lin Ming's explanation, Yang Little Moon coldly snorted and said, "You already have 2 wives and yet you allowed this misunderstanding to continue. It doesn't seem like you're a decent man or anything good at all. If you want to defeat me, then follow me to the 3rd level. Let me take a look at just how strong the #1 junior disciple genius of Phoenix Cry Palace is." Yang Little Moon turned into a beam of red light that directly impacted towards the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame. This time, her speed was even faster than before. It could simply be described as 1,000 miles passed in the blink of an eye. 15,000 miles. 16,000 miles. 17,000 miles. Yang Little Moon rapidly reached the 19,000-mile distance and was nearing the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame. She finally began to slow down, but she still continued downwards as before. 500 miles. 700 miles. 900 miles. Bang! Yang Little Moon broke through the space barrier of the 2nd level and officially entered the 3rd level. At this time, it wasn't just Sun Cypresstar who was tracking her position, but also some powerful disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace. As they saw her break through to the 3rd level, all of them had shocked expressions. The 3rd level. Yang Little Moon had been able to break through into the 3rd level from the very start. The only reason Yang Little Moon had stopped at the 19,000-mile distance of the 2nd level was because she felt that was a good place to start training. It didn't mean she couldn't continue further. But just now she had been aggravated by Sun Cypresstar and thus she displayed her full strength to demonstrate how no one could mess with her. After Yang Little Moon entered the 3rd level, the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace were no longer able to track her. Perhaps the 3rd level was not Yang Little Moon's limit. She might even be able to continue for several thousand more miles downwards. That was a depth that none of them could hold a candle to. Of the remaining disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace, only those 9-fall middle or late Divine Sea martial artists had a chance of reaching the 3rd floor. It was an impossible task even for a 9-fall early Divine Sea martial artist. This didn't mean that a 9-fall early Divine Sea martial artist had lower combat strength than Yang Little Moon. It only meant that their understanding and control of the fire laws were inferior to Yang Little Moon's. The 18 Hells of Flame did not test strength, but rather a martial artist's comprehension of the fire laws. Yang Little Moon had a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. The Phoenix Cry Palace disciples naturally weren't able to compete with her in this regard. "Haha, apprentice nephew Lin, I'll be heading out first." Chu Red Cloud smiled at Lin Ming and then led the disciples of charming Phoenix Palace towards the 3rd level. The Phoenix Cry Palace disciples that were left behind glanced at each other in trepidation. This was Yang Little Moon's first time coming to the ancient Phoenix smelting trial, but she was simply far too difficult to deal with. If Lin Ming wanted to defeat her, it would just be far too difficult. "Lin Ming, what do you think about your chances of winning?" Sun Cypresstar asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. Although he realized that it would be nearly impossible for Lin Ming to win, he did have a somewhat decent understanding of him. Since Lin Ming dared to take on such a burden and withstand such a pressure, he inevitably must be confident in himself. Otherwise, there would be no one to blame but himself. This disciple does not have a complete understanding of the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline, so I cannot guarantee anything. The reason I changed the rules of the bet is that I believe in my own strength more than the strength of others here. Millimeter. I understand. In any case, I was the one who agreed to this bet. As long as you try your best, then that will be fine. Don't feel burdened in your heart. Sun Cypress Star nodded and said, Lin Ming, the bet about Yang Little Moon was indeed just me playing around, but if you really can obtain Yang Little Moon, then that would be a great shortcut to you becoming a supreme character. The perfect ancient phoenix bloodline means to have a half phoenix bloodline and half human bloodline. Those with such bloodlines can inherit the powerful physique and different talents of god beasts, as well as retaining the learning and perception of mankind. If your bloodline is a degree less rich, then that means you will be lacking, but if your god beast bloodline is too high, then you will become a monster. If you become a monster, then it will be impossible for you to train in humanity's cultivation methods. A person's body has a total of 150,000 to 200,000 drops of blood. Someone having a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline means that they have nearly 90,000 drops of ancient phoenix blood within their bodies. That is 1,000 times what you have within you. 1,000 times doesn't seem that much. You probably think if you pay a high enough price you can accomplish the same state. However, the truth isn't so simple. The purer your bloodline is, the richer it is, and the closer to a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline you approach, the more difficult it will be to enhance your bloodline. At that time, even if you absorb 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood into your body, it still won't have the effect of a single drop. You must know that the reason Yang Little Moon could do this was that she found a pool of ancient phoenix blood somewhere. Do you know how much ancient phoenix blood there must have been in there? It's simply impossible to imagine. Thus, in the ancient phoenix clan, the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline can only be obtained through a stroke of fate. As Lin Ming listened to Sun Cypress Star, he gained a deeper understanding of the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. The ancient phoenix clan was indeed able to forcefully create a person with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline, but they simply wouldn't do such a thing. The cost of doing that was just far too heavy. As they spoke, Lin Ming had already penetrated 13,000 miles deep into the hells of flame. Here, Lin Ming could feel that his comprehension of the fire laws could not allow him to continue any further. The only way would be to use the power of the heretical god sprout. However, that would almost be the same as cheating, and it wouldn't be too meaningful for Lin Ming's training. That completely negated the effect of this smelting trial. Thus, a 13,000-mile distance was Lin Ming's limit. Millimeter? You're stopping here? As Sun Cypress Star saw Lin Ming stop here, he was stunned. Hua Yenguang still had a good deal of energy left to spare, but Lin Ming had already reached his limits. However, this was also reasonable. Lin Ming's comprehension of the fire laws was inferior to Hua Yenguang's to begin with. The 18 Hells of Flame was not a test of comprehensive combat strength, but of one's understandings towards the fire laws. In fact, the reason Lin Ming was able to arrive at this step was his thick true essence and solid foundation. Any other normal 6th-stage life destruction martial artist could never come so deep. As for Yang Little Moon, she was already at the 3rd level. Moreover, it was unknown how many thousands of miles more she had traveled into the 3rd level. The difference between them was far too great. If it weren't for Sun Cypress Star knowing that Lin Ming had obtained the Phoenix Blood Spear and defeated Hua Yenguang, and had done so in a situation where no one believed he could to begin with, he would have thought Lin Ming was a moron who was blabbering nonsense. Good. You train here then. This ancient phoenix smelting trial will continue for another 2 years. You have plenty of time remaining. But, let me remind you that Yang Little Moon's training speed is even faster than your own. She is also 2 years younger than you, but her cultivation is at the 7th stage of life destruction, 1 stage higher than you. Millimeter, I understand. Lin Ming was well aware that his cultivation speed couldn't be considered number 1 within Phoenix Cry Palace, but only at the peak. It was normal for him to be worse than Yang Little Moon in this regard. After all, the first 15 years of his life had nearly been a complete waste in terms of cultivation. As for a talented disciple of the divine realm, from birth their body was bathed in all sorts of heavenly materials and they ate various spirit pills and luxurious spirit foods. Lin Ming stopping here inevitably caused some of Phoenix Cry Palace and charming Phoenix Palace's disciples to glance at him with surprise. However, he simply didn't care about them at all. He left the group and looked for a quiet place of his own to train. The 18 Hells of Flame had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The interior was extremely broad and vast. One could casually fly several thousand miles and find any peaceful training location they wished. Lin Ming soon entered the ethereal martial intent state. Although the fire origin energy here was wild and brutal, it didn't make any sound at all. It seemed quite harmonious. Lin Ming felt as if he had entered his own world with a different space and time. The power of fire blazed through his body. Although he deflected the majority of the power of fire with his protective true essence, a small portion of it rushed into his acupoints and his meridians, burning through his body and blood vessels. If a non-fire attribute martial artist were to withstand such a fire within their body and blood, they would have long since been scorched to death. Millimeter. This is. Lin Ming suddenly discovered that every wisp of fire energy that rushed into his body wasn't strong, but they each contained exquisite fire laws. It might be the concept of burning heat, it might be the concept of annihilation, it might be the concept of creation, or even the concept of manifestation. Every small wisp of fire energy contained at least one kind of concept. Moreover, even for the same concept, there were still subtle differences among them. For instance, for the concept of annihilation, it could be the explosive force when a giant meteor crashed into the world, or it might be a wave of surging lava that swallowed up a forest and burned it down. Each of these concepts had to be resolved by Lin Ming using the corresponding fire laws. If he didn't use the laws, then he could only do so with brute force. If he used brute force, then he would have to use several dozen times the strength to do so. If he did that, then he would exhaust his true essence in just an incense stick of time. This 18 Hells of Flame has such a mystical array formation within it. The senior who created this must have been a true genius. He actually devised such a method to allow trial challengers to comprehend the concept of fire. Chapter 999, Burn the Body. Chapter 999, Burn the Body. Lin Ming completely relaxed his body as he focused his mind on resolving every wisp of fire energy and then absorbing them. Every one of these laws was different, but combined together they faintly painted a picture of the complete Great Tao. I understand now, although the fire laws are incomparably mysterious, their essence is comprised of elements of the tiniest laws. These tiny elements are like the imperceptible particles that form all of creation, and yet are extremely simple. According to the texts of the divine realm, there aren't many types of these tiny particles that form all life, but when combined together they can actually evolve into infinite shapes and varieties, forming the 3,000 boundless worlds. That is the charm of laws. In that moment, Lin Ming could faintly feel the mysteries and laws of the world. Although there were only a small number of these tiny particles, they were able to form the vast and boundless universe. In this universe there were celestial bodies, there was space and time, there were mountains, rivers, lakes, birds and beasts, bugs and plants. There were mortals without the strength to chop a chicken, and there were martial artists that could move mountains and churn seas. The endless vicissitudes of life, all of the world's laughter, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, hate, despair, hope, countless births and countless deaths continued in this world. The laws of the jungle where the strong eat the weak, the evolution of the universe where celestial bodies can change, all of this left one feeling drowned in the endless mysteries of the vast and infinite universe. In front of the universe, a simple human was as unimportant as a mote of dust. And all of this was composed of these most basic particles. And, the force that controlled the arrangement and interactions of these particles were the source laws of the universe. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, time, space, light, darkness, life, death, everyone and everything that existed in this universe corresponded to the laws. When one's understanding of laws reached the peak, that was when they could touch upon the very source of the universe. However, within these laws, the most basic types were limited in number. But in fact, when they were combined together, they were ever-changing with limitless variations. A simple word of complex wasn't enough to describe them. Through countless years there had been an unimaginable number of supreme elders who had unceasingly perceived these source laws, in the hopes that they could identify the essence of the universe's truths and become an immortal king. However, the so-called peak of martial arts continued to remain clouded in mist, impossible to understand. If there was really someone that could comprehend all the laws and rules that governed this universe, they could exist beyond the cycle of samsara and become a true god of the world. As Lin Ming understood this, he suddenly experienced an enlightened feeling. In that moment, his mind shook, and he felt even more closely linked to the fire laws and fire origin energy that wrapped around him in the hells of flame. He faintly felt as if a great door had begun to swing open before him, and behind this great door lay the endless universe, with the mystical and profound aura of the great Tao laws rushing towards him head-on. As Lin Ming was fully concentrated on comprehending the laws, what he didn't know was that somewhere deep within the hells of flame, there was someone eyeing him the entire time. This little fellow is not bad. Although his bloodline density is weak, his perception is amazingly rare. No wonder he was willing to change the bet with that little fellow Chu Red Cloud. A faint and ethereal sound echoed out, but no one was able to hear it. The one who spoke was the Ruby Sovereign, the artifact spirit of the 18 hells of flame. An artifact spirit lived far longer than a human martial artist did. The Ruby Sovereign was an ancient artifact spirit that had lived for countless tens of thousands of years already. He had even existed for longer than Phoenix Cry Palace and Charming Phoenix Palace. So, whether it was Lin Ming or Chu Red Cloud, both of them were nothing but little babies in front of him. So that's what is going on. This little boy's perception has been enhanced by the gate of opening. A martial artist who dual cultivates in body and energy is very rare. His gate of opening was actually opened to a perfect degree. Unbelievable. Billions of years ago, when the rules of the heavenly Tao changed, the ancient body transformation technique slowly faded away from the divine realm. There are now very few martial artists who can stumble their way through this dual body and energy cultivation technique, let alone someone that managed to open the gate of opening perfectly. Just how did this little boy do this? The Ruby Sovereign's interest was suddenly aroused. During the process of opening the gate of opening, one had to withstand endless temptations, heart demons, and all sorts of illusions and ghosts that would appear in your spiritual sea. Once you lost your mind, your consciousness would all be beyond saving. It was already an excellent result to just barely open the gate of opening. Those that could perfectly do so were simply non-existent. To accomplish it, there will had to be as tough as divine metal in order to resist all the temptations and heart demons. However, when a martial artist opened the gate of opening, they had to do so before they attained a divine body. This meant that a martial artist was destined to have low achievements in the aspect of battle spirits when they opened the gate of opening. This little boy's talent in battle spirits must be beyond extraordinary. That's the only way he could perfectly open the gate of opening. No wonder he could have such perception and talent. Unfortunately, his bloodline density is far too lacking. Compared to that young little moon girl, he is 108,000 miles away from being able to compare with her. It's just like that Sun Cypresstar said. If these two little kids are able to dual cultivate, then that would be interesting indeed. One has an extremely high perception and the other has an extremely pure and rich bloodline. If they could complement each other, then the effect would be, hehe. Deep within the hells of flame, the Ruby Sovereign revealed a sinister and sadistic smile. His eyes continued to follow Yang Little Moon and Lin Ming, sighing and praising from time to time. Of course, no one was aware of this. Even Sun Cypresstar and Chu Red Cloud, the two middle divine Lord Realm powerhouses, were also unaware. At this time, Lin Ming had unconsciously entered the ethereal martial intent. He felt as if his soul had left his body and every inch of his body and meridians were resolving the violent power of fire on their own, constantly illuminating the laws within him. Everything around was peaceful and serene. The only sound was Lin Ming's slow heartbeat that thumped at intervals like a pendulum. As time passed, the energy within Lin Ming's body was unconsciously consumed. Even with the gate of healing replenishing his energy, it still wasn't enough. As his energy was consumed, his protective true essence also weakened. More and more fire energy rushed into Lin Ming's body before it was resolved by him. At the start, He had barely been able to keep up with resolving the laws and energy. Slowly, the laws and energy accumulated in Lin Ming's body, raging around as they began to scorch his meridians. Lin Ming frowned as he felt this. However, he was able to forcefully withstand it by virtue of his powerful body. Even if his meridians were burnt, he still had the gate of healing supporting him. In any case, with the body transformation technique on his side, he didn't fear that he would develop hidden wounds. He grit his teeth and withstood the agonizing pain, suppressing it all with his battle spirit. How interesting, I thought that he was about to give up, but he actually managed to last until now. The closer he approaches to his limit and the longer he stays there, the deeper his comprehension of the laws will be. But now, every second he persists is a great test of his will, strength, and body. Normally, a martial artist would be able to last for less than half an incense stick of time. Even if they know their benefits would be much greater the longer they could persist, they still wouldn't be able to continue. Deep within the hells of flame, the Ruby Sovereign's senses locked onto Lin Ming. Most of the time, the Ruby Sovereign was in a deep slumber. He would only wake up when trial challengers arrived. After all, his responsibility was to protect the trial challengers from being caught and consumed by the wild and tyrannical fire energy within the 18 hells of flame. The Ruby Sovereign thought that Lin Ming would falter at any moment and he was prepared to rescue him. But, he never imagined that even though Lin Ming teetered at his limit, he was able to grit his teeth and continue for an entire incense stick of time. This was already 3 times longer than an ordinary martial artist. When a martial artist reached their limits, their protective true essence would weaken and fade away until it vanished. That was the same as placing oneself into a fire. Imagine, if a person was thrown into a stove and burnt alive, just what would that feel like? Moreover, the fire within the hells of flame was dozens, hundreds, and even thousands of times hotter than the burning flames that existed in the world of mortals. This was a true hell of fire, a hell that not even martial artists could endure. Millimeter? He can still persist. The Ruby Sovereign became more and more surprised. 2 incense sticks of time passed and he could see that Lin Ming's protective true essence had already begun to burn down. Then, it shattered. His clothes turned to ashes and his hair was charred by fire. His skin crackled as it began to burn. But, Lin Ming grit his teeth and persisted as before, not uttering a single word. Any sweat that came out was instantly evaporated into steam by the flames. His entire body was roasted by a burning heat 40 times the temperature of magma. Even the oil was being baked out of his body. Just how painful was that? Lin Ming truly couldn't bear this. At the start he had used the ethereal martial intent to hypnotize himself to ignore the pain. But afterwards, even the ethereal martial intent wasn't enough. The grueling pain forcefully dragged him out of the ethereal martial intent state, forcing him to directly withstand the harrowing pain. His burnt skin split apart and blood began to leak out. However, that blood evaporated once it touched the air. Every exposed blood vessel was cauterized by the fire. The taste of this sort of pain was enough to make one's mind break down. But underneath this state, Lin Ming could feel that the benefits he was obtaining were tens of times or even 100 times better than before. The mysteries of these basic fire laws were burnt into his body with the sizzling flames, directly etching them into his bodily memory. One was memory of the mind and one was memory of the body. These were extremely different. Those things that the mind remembered could easily fade away. After all, the fire laws were far too intricate. Even a martial artist with extraordinary memory couldn't say that they could completely remember these fire laws with one try. But, those things that the body remembered were different. They would form conditioned reflexes that would stay with the body forever, lasting for a lifetime. This was the same even for mortals. If a mortal learnt how to swim, they would always know how to swim. This was the difference between memory of the mind and memory of the body. Also, when the mind remembered something, a person would have to mull over and recall those memories, passing through various thoughts and delaying for the slightest moment before coming out. But, a bodily memory did not need to be processed by the mind in that manner. Instead, it became instinct. It was how a child learned to write. If they had to think about what brush strokes to make, they would have to ponder for a moment every time. But, if the strokes of a word were imprinted onto the memory of the body, then they would write much faster. Lin Ming knew this point. That was why he continued to persist even through the unrelenting pain. What an amazing little boy. His lasted for a quarter hour. The Ruby Sovereign had guarded the 18 hells of flame for many years and had seen countless peerless talents pass through his trials. But, those individuals that could persist for a quarter hour at their limits were extremely rare. In this quarter hour, the advantages one could obtain were far more than 10 times the advantages they could obtain if they lasted for only half an incense stick of time. This little fellow's willpower has reached a terrifying degree. He doesn't even seem human. However, no matter how powerful his will is, it is impossible for him to continue on forever. This is because his body itself has a true limit. I estimate he will be able to last for another incense stick of time. Chapter 1000, Concept Large Success, Blue Lotus Domain. Chapter 1000, Concept Large Success, Blue Lotus Domain. The Ruby Sovereign was ready to rescue Lin Ming. But, he continued surging past his limits for another 2 incense sticks of time. This left him incomparably amazed. Just because one's willpower could bear the pain didn't mean that their body could also withstand it. If some people forcefully pushed their willpower past its limits and their bodies couldn't keep up, they would simply fall unconscious. But Lin Ming didn't have such a situation. This was because his body was already formidable enough. When he last crossed life destruction, his body had been tempered by fire energy, and his compatibility with the fire laws was extremely high due to this. And, he also dual-cultivated body and energy. Even the physical body of a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse couldn't compare with Lin Ming's. That's right, this little fellow dual-cultivates body and energy, so the limits of his body are far greater than those of a normal martial artist. Incredible, this has already lasted for 5 incense sticks of time. As far as I know, no one has ever managed to reach this step. A formidable willpower, solid foundation, dual body and energy cultivation, all 3 of these are indispensable and necessary factors. Combined together, they allowed him to achieve this step. In these last 2 incense sticks of time, Lin Ming's comprehension of fire laws has likely been even greater than what he gained during the first quarter hour. As the Ruby Sovereign was thinking out loud, a complete half hour passed. Energy constantly accumulated within Lin Ming's body, like a roiling volcano that was ready to erupt at any moment. His body contained a terrifying strength, and now it was rapidly approaching the point of outbreak. As the last law symbol surged into Lin Ming's meridians, it became the last straw that crushed the camel's back. Lin Ming's body suddenly shook and his protective true essence completely shattered. His defenseless body was made to directly bear the brutal and violent impact of fire origin energy. If this fire origin energy struck his body, then even Lin Ming would end up half dead. And if he continued for much longer, then his body would be charred to ashes. Hey, little boy, you finally couldn't withstand it. If you kept persisting, then how could that be? I definitely wouldn't be feeling too well about that. The Ruby Sovereign insidiously grinned. But just as he was about to rescue Lin Ming, he suddenly stopped in his movements. The energy filled with the concept of creation that he had prepared beforehand suddenly stagnated. What's going on here? The Ruby Sovereign's eyes widened. It never imagined that the crazy and violent fire origin energy that roared into Lin Ming's body would suddenly be suppressed by some mysterious strength. That mysterious strength actually caused the Ruby Sovereign to feel a slight bit of fear. Although the nature of this mysterious power was very pale and weak, it still contained a vast and limitless atmosphere that seemed to contain the most source laws of the Great Tao, leaving the Ruby Sovereign dazed in awe. This awe was like a memory that was etched deep into the very essence of the Ruby Sovereign. As the artifact spirit of a fire attribute spirit artifact, it had an instinctual feeling of wanting to submit to the Great Tao fire laws. This power, just what is it? As the Ruby Sovereign was shocked, a change was happening to the violent fire origin energy within Lin Ming's body. Originally, with Lin Ming's strength and in a situation where he was defenseless, there was simply no way for him to withstand the scorching temperature of the fire energy within the hells of flame, even if he tried his best. But, after comprehending the laws for half an hour, A slight change occurred to the heretical god sprout within Lin Ming's body. After his physical body reached the limit and he couldn't withstand the impact of fire origin energy anymore, Lin Ming sunk his thoughts deep into the heretical god sprout and diverted all the fire origin energy into the heretical god sprout. In that moment, the heretical god sprout blazed with a burning light, sending out dazzling rays of gold, as if it were a golden body tree undergoing nirvana in a sea of flames. All of the accumulated fire origin energy within his body was completely sucked up by the heretical god sprout in a single breath. Then, at the peak of the heretical god sprout, new budding leaves slowly stretched out. These small blue leaves slowly unfurled, a deep and vibrant color that was catching to the eyes. Then, these luscious green leaves formed a circle, taking the shape of a tiny blue lotus. These were blue lotus leaves. Lin Ming instantly understood that all of the tiny leaves that grew from the heretical god sprout were actually a single leaf. They were the representation of the laws comprehended in the hells of flame, and also the representation of large success of the concept of creation. At this point, the heretical god sprout now had 6 leaves, 3 thunder leaves and 3 fire leaves. Of these 3 fire leaves, one was formed at the germination of the heretical god seed. It was shaped like a crimson flaming heart. The second leaf had formed after absorbing the condensed law fragments from the stone tablet left behind by Xiao Daoji. It had the appearance of a square golden-red imperial jade seal. Now, the third leaf was this blue-green leaf that had the appearance of a blue lotus. These 3 fire leaves complemented each other's glory and beauty, constantly swallowing up the fire origin energy within Lin Ming's body. Soon, the violently rampaging fire origin energy within his body was cleared out, but this still wasn't the end. The heretical god sprout hadn't absorbed enough, so it began to devour the surrounding power of fire all around Lin Ming. A red vortex formed around Lin Ming where a massive amount of fire origin energy was being swallowed up. Because Lin Ming had left on his own and was at least 10,000 miles from the closest martial artist, the only one who saw this was the Ruby Sovereign. Still, even the Ruby Sovereign was shocked to the point that he couldn't speak. What's going on here? Even though this child's phoenix bloodline density is so light, how can he have such high compatibility with fire origin energy? This is his first time entering the hells of flame, so how did he manage to make such a massive breakthrough? Just what did he do to accomplish this ridiculous feat? The Ruby Sovereign thought out loud. Even with his incomparably rich experience and knowledge, he still wasn't able to explain just what phenomenon was occurring within Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's body seemed to contain an unimaginable power, and by borrowing the strength of the hells of flame, he entered into a state of sudden enlightenment and began to crazily absorb energy to make a breakthrough. Although the Ruby Sovereign had lived for countless tens of thousands of years, the heretical god force was an existence that surpassed his understanding. After all, the Ruby Sovereign was only the artifact spirit of a spirit artifact rank magic tool. It simply wasn't able to ever come into contact with something on the level of an Empyrean. And, the heretical god force was at least a transcendent divine might. A transcendent divine might would be born only every million years, several million years, or even longer than that. Moreover, after some transcendent divine mights were created, they would slowly be lost to time. For instance, the heretical god force. If the heretical god force hadn't been accidentally obtained by a supreme elder of the divine realm as he was exploring the ancient ruins of an evil god, and if Lin Ming hadn't accidentally obtained the soul fragment of this divine realm supreme elder after he had died, then this transcendent divine might would have been lost forever in the universe. Taking a broad view, it was difficult to find a single transcendent divine might even in the entire divine realm. Each and every one was a heaven-shaking, world-changing supernatural power. One could infer this from just the primordious martial intent. Lin Ming had only grasped a third of the primordious martial intent, and yet it was able to enhance his combat strength to such a degree. The might of the complete primordious martial intent could be imagined. And the heretical god force was even beyond that of the complete primordious martial intent. At the very start of Lin Ming's journey on the road of martial arts, he had the heretical god force. But even so, his perception had always been his weakness. Lin Ming's perception could be considered at most decently good, however, compared to the peak talents of the divine realm, the disparity was far too great between them. This was similar to him having treasures but being unable to use them. For instance, when Lin Ming had faced the stone tablet left behind by Xiao Daoji, he had only been able to release the heretical god force to absorb the great Dao law fragments. However, his own comprehension of them was actually limited. But now, by relying on the Grand Mist battle spirit, Lin Ming had been able to perfectly open the gate of opening. This was an achievement that no genius in the entire divine realm could match. Lin Ming's perception had now leapt towards the highest standard. With a perfect perception combined with the heretical god force, a transcendent divine might that was especially useful in cultivating the laws of thunder and fire, these two factors added together were more than the sum of their part. Lin Ming had now reached a breakthrough in laws that he obtained through an accumulation of quantitative changes brought about by qualitative changes. This was a sudden enlightenment. The longer the vortex spun around, the more violent it became. It continued for a long time, without any indication of slowing down. The Ruby Sovereign was wholly focused on observing this. As an artifact spirit of fire laws, it could feel that within that raging fire energy, countless fragments of fire laws began forming, even as they were sucked into the vortex surrounding Lin Ming and swallowed up. In this massive amount of law fragments, there was more than just the first three concepts of the fire laws. There were fourth-level concept and fifth-level concept law fragments. Even though Lin Ming wasn't able to understand them now, they were still able to lay down a solid foundation for his future comprehension of laws. This was similar to a martial artist being baptized by the heavenly Tao as they crossed the ninth stage of life destruction. Although Lin Ming's baptism of laws was far inferior to the baptism of the heavenly Tao during Ninefall, there was still a similar effect. The vortex of flame still continued even after a quarter hour. The Ruby Sovereign sighed as he watched. Just what kind of lucky chance did this Lin Ming obtain that he could reach this step? This is absolutely not something possible solely due to a high perception. I have seen countless geniuses with amazing talent and perception before. Let alone the previous geniuses, even that little girl Yang Little Moon has a perception that's high to an absurd degree, but even she cannot reach this little boy's level. He is far from breaking through to the ninth stage of life destruction, and yet he is already being baptized by the laws. This simply defies the will of the heavens. The Ruby Sovereign thought out loud. At this moment, there certainly wasn't any need to help. Lin Ming had already completely absorbed the fire origin energy within his body, but even that wasn't enough, and he had begun to recklessly absorb all the surrounding fire energy in the hells of flame. In this situation, how could he possibly need anyone to rescue him? After half an hour passed, the vortex of fire around Lin Ming slowly began to die down before vanishing completely. Lin Ming was completely naked and his eyes were firmly shut within the hells of flame, as if he were deeply sleeping. And at this time, because all of the surrounding fire origin energy had been cleanly swallowed up by Lin Ming, a vacuum of fire origin energy had been created around him. A tide of fire origin energy rushed to fill the emptiness. Just as it seemed it would swallow up Lin Ming within, a blue-green layer of energy took Lin Ming's dantian as the center and sprung outwards like a wave. Who? Lin Ming was instantly surrounded by the layer of blue energy. The raging fire origin energy smashed into that layer of blue energy before being isolated outside. The surrounding fire origin energy raged like wild stallions all around, but within that layer of blue energy there seemed to exist another world altogether. Within the layers of blue energy, life began to appear. Flowers, birds, insects, beasts, even countless spirit plants and trees seemed to rise up into the world. This world was like an immortal fairyland, a paradise within a hell of fire. This is the Blue Lotus domain. This little boy, he actually comprehended the Blue Lotus domain so quickly, the Ruby Sovereign sputtered out, his face full of horror and shock. Chapter 1001, Smelting Trial Rewards. Chapter 1001, Smelting Trial Rewards. The truth was that comprehending the Blue Lotus domain wasn't much at all. When a heroic young elite comprehended the third-level concept of fire laws to the peak, and also had great potential and a great destiny upon them, anyone could successfully form the Blue Lotus domain. As long as they didn't perish on their road, their future achievements wouldn't be low. Thus, The Blue Lotus domain was considered a type of phenomenon that symbolized someone with the life of an emperor. But as things stood, there were countless geniuses within the ancient Phoenix clan that had comprehended the Blue Lotus domain. With 100 billion clansmen, the base number was simply too great. The Ruby Sovereign had guarded Fire Spirit Star for many years now, and it was difficult to measure how many geniuses had comprehended the Blue Lotus domain. But no one had managed to comprehend the Blue Lotus domain in such a way that left the Ruby Sovereign so surprised. When Lin Ming first arrived at Fire Spirit Star, the Ruby Sovereign could see that Lin Ming had just traced upon the threshold of the concept of creation. He was far from reaching large success. It was inferior to a normal genius disciple, much less those like Yang Little Moon or Hua Yenguang. In ordinary circumstances, one had to slowly accumulate understandings for years or even decades to comprehend each level of the fire law. Lin Ming's perception was extremely high. With the support of Fire Spirit Star's atmosphere, it would already be good if he could comprehend the Blue Lotus domain in a year and a half. But now, in his first trip into the Hells of Flame, he had undergone a single period of sudden enlightenment to walk the same distance that should have taken him a year and a half. How could the Ruby Sovereign not be stupefied by this? Moreover, the quality of the Blue Lotus domain that Lin Ming condensed was at the peak of all peaks. The Ruby Sovereign had impeccable judgment. He had seen countless talents form the Blue Lotus domain over the years, but there were very few that could compare to Lin Ming's degree. The reason that the Blue Lotus domain was condensed to such a degree should be because of Lin Ming's solid foundation. Once he entered sudden enlightenment, he managed to achieve this. Another reason should be because of that strange and mystical power within his body. After absorbing so many law fragments, it would be strange if his Blue Lotus domain didn't reach such a high caliber. The Ruby Sovereign thought out loud. A state of sudden enlightenment could only be found through a stroke of fate. A single period of sudden enlightenment that lasted for 1 or 2 quarter hours of time was the same as a long period of seclusion. But even so, for Lin Ming to produce such an impeccable Blue Lotus domain after a single period of sudden enlightenment, the Ruby Sovereign thought this was simply incredulous. As the Ruby Sovereign was wrapped up in his imagination, he saw that Lin Ming's scorched skin, and even the parts where the oil was baked out of his body, began to peel away, revealing new and tender skin beneath. Some places were severely burned with even the meridians and flesh scorched black, but a blue-green energy wrapped around those wounds. The flesh underneath slowly wriggled, glowing with vitality as it regenerated at a speed visible to the eye. This was the most important aspect of the Blue Lotus domain, healing. Especially with the heretical god Sprout supporting him, the healing effect of the Blue Lotus domain was even better. At this time, within Lin Ming's Dantian, the blue lotus-shaped leaf on the heretical god Sprout began to glow with a misty light. The speed at which his wounds regenerated was actually faster than the healing from the Gate of Healing. If the Blue Lotus domain and the Gate of Healing combined together, the effects could be imagined. Moreover, the Blue Lotus domain could heal more than just Lin Ming's own injuries. It had a healing effect on anyone within the range of the domain. As long as Lin Ming desired it, he could expend some of his true essence to shroud others in his Blue Lotus domain, saving them from injury and harm. His restorative ability is too extraordinary. However, that should also be because there is the Gate of Healing added on that such an effect is produced. This boy's Blue Lotus domain can likely even compare with Yang Little Moon's, and Yang Little Moon has already begun to touch upon the 4th level concept of fire. In this Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial, she should be able to comprehend the 4th level of the fire concepts. If Lin Ming wants to catch up to her, he'll have to work hard for it. The Ruby Sovereign thought out loud. And at this time, Yang Little Moon had already penetrated 23,000 miles deep into the Hells of Flame. In fact, this wasn't Yang Little Moon's limit. The only problem was that if she passed down to the deepest depths she could, she would only be able to stay at that limit for an incense stick of time before she would be forced back. If she stayed at the 23,000-mile area, she would be able to reluctantly absorb the fire origin energy here and comprehend the fire laws. In other words, this was the depth limit at which she could reasonably train. Within the 3rd level, the fire origin energy was no longer lifeless, but had a mind of its own. Endless fire origin energy turned into vicious beasts and saint beasts that charged towards Yang Little Moon. But at this time, Yang Little Moon was similar to a descended goddess. Her entire body was wrapped in flaming golden light. This flaming golden light was similar to the golden light that appeared between Lin Ming's eyebrows when he burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. But when Lin Ming burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix, only a wisp of golden light shot out. As for Yang Little Moon, her entire body was shining in radiant glory. When the beasts formed by fire origin energy met this golden light, they immediately melted away, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Yang Little Moon. Compared to Lin Ming, Yang Little Moon may not have entered the state of sudden enlightenment, but the speed at which she absorbed fire origin energy was a rate Lin Ming could not hold a candle to. The perfect ancient phoenix bloodline was well known for its strength. How could it be empty talk? If Lin Ming wanted to reach Yang Little Moon's speed of absorption, he would have to use the heretical god sprout. But the fire origin energy that the heretical god sprout absorbed wasn't his own. In the 8,000-mile Black Swamp's Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion, the heretical god sprout had even absorbed the heavenly retribution divine thunder left behind by Empyrean thunder punishment. Afterwards, when Lin Ming fought Yang Yun in the final battle, he has used that divine thunder to break through Yang Yun's master move and cause him to suffer deep losses. It had a miraculous effect on the battle. However, this heavenly retribution divine thunder was in the end not part of Lin Ming's own strength. Once he used it up, it was impossible to use again. Thus, the heretical god sprout was only a cultivation method in the end. No matter how powerful it was, it could only play a supporting role. It was impossible for him to rely on a single set of cultivation methods to comprehend the source laws of the universe. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Yang Little Moon training at the 23,000-mile distance was still extremely difficult for her. She quickly reached her limit as fragrant sweat dripped down her body. This training state continued for 2 incense sticks of time. Then, with an explosive shattering sound, Yang Little Moon's protective true essence broke apart. Wild and turbulent fire energy crazily impacted towards her. However, Yang Little Moon did not need the Ruby Sovereign to rescue her. An invisible layer of energy emitted from the surface of her body, shielding her from the fire origin energy. This was Yang Little Moon's top-grade Saint Artifact vestment. This vestment was also a peak top-grade Saint Artifact. Its value was no worse than the Phoenix Blood Spear. With this vestment on, any non-Ninefall Divine Sea Master could forget about breaking through this defense. Even if Yang Little Moon stood still and allowed others to freely strike her, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on her body, until both Yang Little Moon and the top-grade vestment's energy was depleted. Good, Little Moon, you have done well. Chu Red Cloud freely sprinkled praise on Yang Little Moon. In this smelting trial of junior disciples, whether it was your foundation from the start or your training speed, you are far and ahead #1. Those with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline had a monstrous compatibility with fire laws. If others took several years to comprehend the fire laws, it would only take Yang Little Moon several months, if not less. Not just that, but Yang Little Moon's perception was also exceedingly high. With these 2 conditions combined together, Chu Red Cloud really couldn't imagine how anyone could surpass her in training speed. Moreover, Yang Little Moon's starting point was higher than the others to begin with. While most disciples were diligently training in the 2nd level, Yang Little Moon had already penetrated 23,000 miles deep into the hells of flame. If she didn't care about training, she could even reach a depth of 25,000 miles. Auntie, in another month I should be able to reach the 26,000-mile depth. After that is the 29,000-mile depth, and then after that is the 4th level. Auntie, please rest assured. I will definitely win that heaven-eclipsing cauldron for you. That smelly nincompoop Lin Ming is still stuck in the 2nd level. Hee, I want to see just how he'll compete with me. With the heaven-eclipsing cauldron's help, Auntie will easily break into the late Divine Lord realm, and you might even reach perfection of the late Divine Lord realm. There may even be a chance that you will break into the Holy Lord realm and truly control the heavenly Tao. Yang Little Moon blithely said. Even so, Chu Red Cloud was all smiles as she listened. Haha, you little girl, you still want to trick me with your flattery? Breaking through to the late Divine Lord realm isn't a problem, but reaching the peak late Divine Lord realm is extremely difficult. As for breaking past the Divine Lord realm, the chances of that are too faint for someone like me. There are countless Divine Lord realm powerhouses that cannot pass that moat. Compared to that mountain, even the 9th stage of life destruction seems weak. However, I am confident in you, little moon. You really have potential to break through the limit of the Divine Lord realm. However, I have to remind you again, do not look down on that Lin Ming boy. If he was able to defeat the 9th stage life destruction Huoyangguang with a 5th stage life destruction cultivation, then he definitely has his strengths. Even if Lin Ming loses in this smelting trial to you, that may only be in the aspect of fire laws. In terms of comprehensive combat strength, I fear he is no weaker than you are. Do not forget, your cultivation is higher than his by a single stage of life destruction. Of course I know that. Humph, you also shouldn't forget that I am younger than he is. The reason my cultivation is one stage of life destruction higher than his is all because of my diligent and torturous training. If I reached the 7th stage of life destruction 2 years faster than him, then I can reach the Divine Sea realm 3 years ahead of him. Then, when I reach Divine Transformation or the Divine Lord realm, my lead against him will become greater and greater. I do not believe that with my perfect ancient phoenix bloodline my cultivation speed will be lower than his. Yang Little Moon pursed her lips. She acknowledged Lin Ming's talent in combat, but in terms of cultivation speed, there was no way for Lin Ming to defeat her. Millimeter, what you said is right, Little Moon. Very well, this round of the Hells of Flame smelting trial will continue for a few more days. We should leave soon. That's right. As a junior disciple there will be rewards for you breaking into the 3rd level. Although they aren't worthy of mentioning to you. Rewards? What rewards? As Yang Little Moon heard the word rewards, she suddenly perked up. Ha, just a single drop of phoenix plume blood sent down from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. It is intended as a reward for those junior disciples with excellent results. What? That's too cheap. Yang Little Moon already had a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Why would she still care about a single drop of phoenix plume blood now? You certainly wouldn't care about the rewards for entering the 3rd level. But if a junior disciple can enter the 4th, 5th, or even 6th level, the rewards will become exponentially greater, to the point where it can make others go crazy. Not just you, but even I would be tempted by them. You must rush ahead with all your strength. The further you can go, the better your rewards will be. And after your first smelting trial is over, you will not be able to experience such treatment again. Chapter 1002, Totem Tower. Chapter 1002, Totem Tower. The ancient Phoenix clan placed the greatest importance upon the junior disciples. Only the junior disciples had the greatest potential. And to those disciples with great potential, the ancient Phoenix clan was willing to generously reward them. No matter what hall the disciples came from, they would all be on even ground the first time they entered the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. If they were able to fully reveal their talent and potential, they would be able to enjoy great rewards from the ancient Phoenix clan. However, if they couldn't grasp this chance, then they would be eliminated from consideration, and later they might not even earn the qualifications to participate in future ancient Phoenix smelting trials. And in truth, after a smelting trial was completed, 99% of the disciples would be eliminated. These people would mostly stop at the Divine Transformation realm, and they would reach the end of their lives after 20,000 to 30,000 years. The first testing round of the 18 Hells of Flame only lasted for several days. On the last day, Lin Ming completely gathered his thoughts and began to rush as deep into the Hells of Flame as he could. Without using the heretical god force and without using the Grand Mist space, he wanted to see how many miles he could penetrate into the Hells of Flame. Gathering his energy, Lin Ming rushed downwards at full speed. 15,000 miles. 16,000 miles. The raging fire origin energy continually bombarded Lin Ming. However, all of this energy was blocked out by the Blue Lotus domain. Once the devastating energy entered the Blue Lotus domain, it was actually transformed into blue-green creation energy. This creation energy was astoundingly gentle as it entered his meridians and was easily absorbed by him. Up to 18,000 miles, Lin Ming felt the entire process was extremely relaxed. But as he reached 19,000 miles, he suddenly felt a massive increase in pressure. At this distance, the temperature would rise every 100 miles he traversed. The fire origin energy heavenly winds also became far more turbid and fierce. Lin Ming finally understood just what impact Yang Little Moon had faced when she reached this distance. The perfect ancient phoenix bloodline really does live up to its fame, Lin Ming exclaimed. As he reached 19,800 miles, the Blue Lotus domain that surrounded him was compressed by the fire origin energy to 3 inches away from his body, unable to expand any further out. His protective true essence had also reached its limit. This was the deepest that he could go. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. There was a great deal of time until the ancient phoenix smelting trial ended. He could still slowly catch up. At this moment, a loud sound echoed throughout the entire 18 Hells of Flame. The first stage of the Hells of Flame smelting trial had ended. All disciples were required to leave the 18 Hells of Flame and enter the Totem Tower. Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial was concentrated into 2 locations. One was the 18 Hells of Flame, and the other was the Totem Tower. Only those disciples that reached at least 5,000 miles deep into the 18 Flames of Hell had the qualifications to enter the Totem Tower. The Totem Tower was a place used to store ancient phoenix testaments, totem stones, and chaos stones. When Lin Ming was at time-worn Phoenix City, the area where the totem stones were located was also similar. But the totem stones and chaos stones stored within Fire Spirit Star's Totem Tower were of much richer variety and quality. A massive number of totem stones here were left behind by past patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan. There were even many complete sets. When these sets were combined, they produced magnificent vast images of mountains and rivers, the greatest of which was 100 feet wide and tall. In time-worn Phoenix City, the largest totem stone Lin Ming saw was only a square foot. They were simply incomparable. At this time, all disciples with the necessary qualifications had converged in front of the Totem Tower. Fire Spirit Star's Totem Tower was 100 miles tall. It was extremely grand and magnificent when compared to structures that mortals built, but compared to the 18 Hells of Flame, it wasn't anything at all. All young trial challengers, you have done well. You have managed to earn the qualifications to enter the Totem Tower. Before entering, I will first hand out rewards to the most outstanding disciples. In front of the many disciples, a black-robed messenger slowly floated down from the Totem Tower. He was the guardian of Fire Spirit Star. He was not an artifact spirit but a human, and also part of one of the ancient Phoenix clan's most unique clans, the Justice Clan. Reward. As the junior disciples heard this, they were stunned. They hadn't known that there would also be rewards passed out in the 18 Hells of Flame. Of course the 18 Hells of Flame smelting trial has rewards. During every ancient Phoenix smelting trial, headquarters will pass out immense rewards. Depending on how great your ability is, your rewards will be equally great. And of you all, the junior disciples who have come here for the first time have the most luxurious rewards. Starting from the 3rd level, every 5,000 miles you reach will have rewards. The further you go, the better the rewards. If you can rush to the 5th level or even the 6th level of the 18 Hells of Flame, the rewards will be rich enough to make any of you go crazy. There is ancient phoenix blood, top-grade saint artifacts, heavenly materials, fire elementals, source strength left behind by old palace masters before they underwent nirvana, lore fragments, and all sorts of other rewards of which you can choose depending on your strength. As the black-robed messenger spoke, many senior disciples who had already participated in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial several times revealed envious looks. This sort of treatment was only given to the junior disciples. As for the senior disciples who had come to Fire Spirit Star multiple times already, the degree of rewards they received were much smaller. Enough. I shall now start passing out rewards. First will be the senior disciples. White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun have entered the 11th level of the Hells of Flame. They will each be rewarded one top-grade saint artifact. To a disciple on the level of White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun, They definitely did not lack top-grade saint artifacts. But it wasn't easy to obtain another top-grade saint artifact. Among the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, there wasn't anybody that hated having too many top-grade saint artifacts. However, this revealed the differences between the degree of rewards between the junior disciples and the senior disciples. The senior disciples had to enter the 11th level to be rewarded with a top-grade saint artifact. They weren't like the junior disciples who had greater rewards every 5,000 miles. Next will be the junior disciples. The only one who obtained rewards is Yang Little Moon. Yang Little Moon has managed to reach 6,000 miles deep into the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame, and she has earned rewards for entering the 3rd level as well as rewards for reaching another 5,000 miles after that. The prize is a single drop of Phoenix Plume blood as well as a high-grade saint artifact. Of course, you may exchange them for treasures of equivalent value. After the black-robed messenger spoke, the disciples of the 3 branch palaces were shocked. Yang Little Moon had actually managed to penetrate 6,000 miles deep into the 3rd level. They thought that Yang Little Moon had just barely managed to enter the 3rd level. They never imagined that she would continue so far. That sort of achievement was simply impossible to imagine. This Yang Little Moon is too fierce. She reached 6,000 miles deep into the 3rd level. I just managed to enter the 2nd level. This sort of difference is. A Praying Phoenix Palace disciple gulped. He was a disciple of Praying Phoenix Palace's Phoenix Hall and was considered an outstanding individual amongst his peers. But when it came to Yang Little Moon, it was simply impossible to compare them. No joke. The gap is just too great. This is the first time she entered the Hells of Flame, and yet besides her, no one else managed to obtain rewards. That includes even our Praying Phoenix Palace's Xiao Whitesnow, Phoenix Cry Palace's Lin Ming, and all the other 9-fall divine sea geniuses. No one among them was able to enter the 3rd level. They were all defeated by Yang Little Moon. The perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline lives up to its name. There's no need to mention Yang Little Moon starting even farther than we did, but in the next 2 years of training, I fear her progress will soar into the heavens and the gap between us will only become greater. The disciples of the 3 branch palaces discussed amongst themselves. This was a result that they couldn't even be envious of if they wanted to. Against Yang Little Moon, all these disciples felt powerless and defeated, as if they would never be able to catch up to her. And at this time, Yang Little Moon had started to pout, not seeming happy at all. This was a result that was natural for her to obtain, but the rewards were simply too junky. She had no interest at all in a high-grade saint artifact and a drop of Phoenix Plume blood. Near Yang Little Moon, Chu Red Cloud smiled and said, "There indeed aren't many rewards in the Hells of Flame's 3rd level. This is because most disciples will be able to enter the 3rd level after 1 year in the smelting trial and similarly obtain these rewards. Thus, it's impossible to reward anything that's too valuable. The difference will truly show up at the 4th and 5th levels." The ancient Phoenix clan's reasoning was to focus resources on the most extraordinary of talents. This was the practice that nearly all sects followed. As they said, the best steel should be used on the sword's edge. Thus, upon reaching the 4th and 5th levels, the degree of rewards rose by a dramatic scale. Of course, amongst the junior disciples of the 3 branch palaces, only the rarest and most amazing of individuals could obtain them. This was Yang Little Moon's first time entering the Hells of Flame, and she had gone 6,000 miles deep into the 3rd level. It was already a settled matter that she would enter the 4th and 5th levels. There might even be a faint hope that she could enter the 6th level. All right. All disciples enter the totem tower and choose a totem stone that you wish to perceive through meditation. The totem stones of Totem Tower have been left behind by previous great elders and patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan. They are divided into 3 ranks of mortal, earth, and heaven. There are also the most source chaos stones amongst them. Now, you shall enter according to the results you obtained in the first round of the Hells of Flame smelting trial. The first one to enter and choose will be Yang Little Moon. Then, the disciples that entered the Hells of Flame's 2nd level will choose, and finally the disciples that entered the Hells of Flame's 1st level will choose. The black-robed messenger led the many disciples into Totem Tower. As Lin Ming entered Totem Tower, He immediately felt an incomparably rich fire origin energy rush over him, leaving his heart racing. The walls of Totem Tower were all a vivid fire red. They had been built with fire spirit jade, and the crystalline structures glowed with light. Every brick of the tower was sealed with an array formation. They were able to automatically absorb fire origin energy from Fire Spirit Star. As one investigated them, they could feel endless flames burning within. The areas deep within the Totem Tower were covered with layers of space mazes and time mazes. Each maze was connected with encrypted array formation portals, and many paths led to illusions. There were countless array formation traps that littered the tower. Without a guide, if one went just a single step off track, then they would be lost forever within the mazes of space and time, unable to come out. What rich and pure fire origin energy! Even if I didn't come to meditate on the totem stones, just training here would give me twice the results for half the effort. Indeed. This Totem Tower is one of the most precious treasures of our 3-branch palaces. Although it isn't a spirit artifact, its value is actually above that of an ordinary spirit artifact. In order to construct it, there were countless fire attribute materials that were used in doing so. As the junior disciples of the 3-branch palaces saw this scene within the Totem Tower, all of them sighed in praise. Just training in this place could be considered a lucky chance. The black-robed messenger led the disciples through the layers of twisting space. Finally, they stopped in front of a magnificent main hall. He said, "We've arrived. You will now begin to choose which totem stone you wish to meditate on. The first one to choose will be Yang Little Moon." Chapter 1003, 100-Foot Royal Sky Seal. Chapter 1003, 100-Foot Royal Sky Seal. The Totem Tower contained a collection of Chaos Stones and Totem Stones. The Chaos Stones were a kind of natural totem stone that were formed within the primordial chaos as the universe formed. They contained the inherent source laws of the universe. But the Totem Stones were carved by senior Supreme Elders who had spent a great deal of effort to do so. They contained the understandings that these Supreme Elders had towards the great Tao laws. For the ancient Phoenix clan, the totem stones they meditated on only concerned the fire laws. The fire laws had a total of 9 levels of concepts. If one could understand these concepts to the limit, then they could even burn down the world. Although the totem stones from Totem Tower were mostly carved by past patriarchs, they were also separated into those that were better and those that were worse. The poorer totem stones might be casually carved by a patriarch, and the laws and concepts they contained might be lacking. But for those excellent totem stones, they might be masterworks of an ancient Phoenix clan patriarch that took painstaking effort and hundreds of years to complete. They might be several tens of feet or even 100 feet large. That was a size and quality that ordinary totem stones could not compare with. However, only one trial challenger could be meditating on a totem stone at any given time. This was because when a trial challenger was meditating on the totem stones, they had to fuse their own senses into it and combine their consciousness with the law fragments within. If 2 people were to simultaneously do this, they would interfere with each other and it would result in a great deal of wasted effort. Thus, the priority in choosing a totem stone was extremely important. The higher quality totem stone someone could select, the more beneficial it would be for the speed of their cultivation. So it really is Yang Little Moon who chooses first. Of course. Priority in choosing totem stones only looks at talent and the results of the smelting trial. Yang Little Moon has a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, and her results were much better than ours, so it's only natural that she goes first. I bet that she will choose the 100-Foot Royal Sky Seal. That is Totem Tower's best totem stone. The so-called 100-Foot Royal Sky Seal was a totem stone that the 18th patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan had carved after spending an entire 360 years to do so. The totem stone was 100 foot wide and tall, and it was an earth-shaking treasure of Fire Spirit Star's Totem Tower. Although this was the first time that many disciples had attended this Fire Spirit Star smelting trial, they had already heard of the 100-Foot Royal Sky Seal. It was something that all of these disciples longed for in their dreams, even if they knew it was impossible for them to have the chance to perceive it. Yang Little Moon, you have 1 hour to select either a totem stone or a chaos stone. You may start now. No need, I will choose the 100-foot royal sky seal. Yang Little Moon faintly smiled as she spoke clearly for all to hear. In fact, like some other disciples, she had already studied the data on the different totem stones that were at Totem Tower before she arrived here. Since she had already made her choice, there simply wasn't any need for her to look. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the 100-foot royal sky seal was at least 30% superior to the next best totem stone in terms of meditative effects. Since this was the case, why wouldn't she choose it? She really chose the 100-foot royal sky seal. The best totem stone was chosen by Yang Little Moon. Others can only choose the ones that haven't been chosen. Compared to the 100-foot royal sky seal, the other heaven step totem stones are far inferior. I wonder which ones Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow will choose. Lin Ming has yet again been cast away by Yang Little Moon. Yeah, this Yang Little Moon's foundation was originally much more solid than Lin Ming's. Moreover, she also has the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. It was impossible for him to compare to her in training speed, but now she even chose the best totem stone, the 100-foot royal sky seal. How could Lin Ming possibly have any hope of winning? There wasn't any hope to begin with. This is how the ancient Phoenix clan raises talents. The best resources are focused on the best disciples. If they can manage to raise someone on the level of a palace master, that is far more valuable than raising 100 ordinary divine lord realm powerhouses. Thus in every ancient Phoenix smelting trial, they only have a single totem stone that rises above all others. The rest are simply too inferior. Now Yang Little Moon is the greatest focus target for raising in this smelting trial, and we are only collateral thoughts, a disciple sighed. Even under the same circumstances he would be cast insurmountably away by Yang Little Moon, let alone in a situation where their circumstances were so different. The 100-foot royal sky seal, are you sure? The black-robed messenger wasn't surprised, but he asked again in accordance with tradition. I'm sure, Yang Little Moon said, glancing at Lin Ming with a bragging light in her eyes. But Lin Ming didn't look back at her. At this time, his head was lowered. It was unknown just what he was thinking. All right. Then, Xiao Whitesnow, Lin Ming, you two may go and choose. The black-robed messenger looked towards Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow. Xiao Whitesnow was standing beside Lin Ming. He glanced at Lin Ming and wryly smiled, shaking his head. Brother Lin, if you will. Let's go and have a look. Although I don't want to say it, I must admit that we might have lost in this round of the smelting trial. Among Totem Tower's totem stones, besides the 100-foot royal sky seal, the other totem stones are far worse. Thus we have no need to struggle with each other, we can slowly choose whichever one we want. Xiao Whitesnow slowly said. Then, he walked towards the main hall. Lin Ming remained calm and followed him. The ancient and solemn totem hall had a gilded bronze door directly in the front. When this door was opened, the aura of the great Tao laws came surging outward. Behind this door was a separate dimension of time and space. Within this dimension, there were countless large and small totem stones floating in the air, both close and far away. There were ones that were dozens of feet large and ones that were only a few feet small. These totem stones were mostly carved from extremely exotic and bizarre materials. Some were made from an unknown type of spirit jade, filled with fire origin energy. Some were carved from metal that was rarely found between the heavens and earth, able to be forged into spirit artifacts. There were even some carved from divine stone, and this stone originally had the mysteries of the world represented in the stone's texture. All kinds of rare materials were carved with the great Tao fire laws. They resonated with each other, bathing and enhancing each other's light and beauty, causing all who saw them to be shocked. Normally, the larger a totem stone was, the more laws it would contain. And in this separate dimension of space and time, the most obvious totem stone was a square one located in the dead center of the space. It was 100 feet tall and wide, and it stood upright with sharp and defined corners. This was the 100-foot royal sky seal. The 100-foot royal sky seal contained the complete first 7 concepts of the fire laws, part of the 8th level concept, and even slightly traced upon the 9th level concept. This totem stone still wasn't able to completely manifest the 8th and 9th level concepts. This was because the one who carved the 100-foot royal sky seal hadn't been able to completely understand the mysteries of the last two concepts. Although the junior disciples present couldn't even perceive the 4th level concept, that didn't mean it was completely impossible or useless. The effect of the 100-foot royal sky seal was far superior to the other totem stones. This was just like gathering spirit essence stones from different spirit essence stone mines. Although it was impossible to fully excavate these mines, digging through a top-grade spirit essence stone mine was still much better than digging through an ordinary spirit essence stone mine. Xiao Whitesnow looked at the 100-foot royal sky seal floating in the air, his face filling with envy and desire. As for Lin Ming, he glanced at it once before no longer bothering with it. His eyes slowly swept over the totem stones left behind by these ancient Phoenix Clan seniors. Finally, his gaze fell upon the Chaos Stones. Chaos Stones were totems naturally formed in the chaos of the forming universe. The natural evolution of source energy had been left behind in the traces of the Chaos Stones. They were considered objects that directly peered into the source of the Great Tao. Chaos Stones carried with them the history from the formation of the universe. They were considered history books of the universe. If one could fully comprehend these Chaos Stones, they would be able to see the history of the forming universe and the evolution of laws. By completely comprehending these Chaos Stones, one could become someone with one of the deepest comprehensions of laws in the entire divine realm. However, it was far too difficult to meditate on these Chaos Stones. As natural objects, they hadn't been processed by human hands, and they remained prohibitively obscure and difficult to understand. In addition, countless billions of years had passed since the forming of the universe. Grand mist energy had more or less disappeared from the world, and there was nowhere to find it. Wasn't wanting to meditate on the source laws of the forming universe easier said than done? So, even though Chaos Stones were incomparably precious, the truth was that most Chaos Stones were only gathered for a collection display. Some Divine Realm Supreme Elders who encountered a bottleneck in their comprehension of laws would meditate on these Chaos Stones, hoping to encounter some inspiration and be suddenly enlightened. As for these disciples of lower boundaries, they would generally not choose to meditate on the Chaos Stones. As disciples of the ancient Phoenix Clan, they excelled and focused on fire laws. But these Chaos Stones served as the basis for all laws. They were etched with the rules of revolution that preceded the 5 elements. If they tried to meditate on them, just how much would they actually be able to learn? Thus for all these years, of the 12 Chaos Stones stored in Totem Tower, only those divine transformation realm disciples like White Dao Hong would choose to occasionally look over these Chaos Stones. However, it was only looking at them for a month or two. They would never choose to do so for an extended period of time. Xiao Whitesnow followed Lin Ming's line of sight and was startled for a moment. He was a bit surprised as he asked, "Brother Lin, you aren't interested in these Chaos Stones, right? These things might be known as objects that contain the source of the Great Tao, but the truth is that it is just far too difficult to comprehend them. To the likes of us, their level is far too high. There were genius disciples that tried to perceive something about them before, but in the end they all failed. As the saying said, the Great Tao was the simplest concept. But in truth, all the complex variations and diverse wonders of the universe could be reduced to the simplest attributes. Those things that seemed simple might not be simple at all. I'm only taking a casual look. I thank Brother Xiao for the advice." Lin Ming's impression towards Xiao Whitesnow was quite good. This person was relatively low-key, and the advice he gave him came from a good heart with no dark intentions behind them. Lin Ming slowly approached the Chaos Stones. Totem Tower had a total of 12 Chaos Stones, the largest of which were 10 feet in size. Compared to the countless shining totem stones that were carved from all sorts of heavenly materials, these Chaos Stones seemed very plain. One could even call them rough. The ash-gray Chaos Stones looked like ordinary stone. The depths of the patterns and lines within the Chaos Stones varied. There were even some parts with deep cracks. They looked as if they had been slowly eroded by wind and frost over a long time. But in these rough traces, Lin Ming could actually feel an inexplicably familiar feeling. This feeling seemed to be close to him, as if it were a profound and majestic memory that had been engraved into his very bones. This is Grand Mist Aura. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. He slowly closed his eyes and entered an ethereal state. Chapter 1004, The 12 Chaos Stones. Chapter 1004, The 12 Chaos Stones. Lin Ming immersed himself within the Chaos Stones. He soon entered a selfless state and lost sense of everything around him. Xiao Whitesnow was a bit stunned as he watched from the side. They were only given several quarter hours to choose a totem stone, and they had to make their choice within that time. There were still many others waiting outside. If everyone took too long, then it would take several days and nights for all the geniuses of the 3 branch palaces to choose their totem stones. Brother Lin, you really aren't planning to choose the Chaos Stones, right? We don't have much time left. Xiao Whitesnow tentatively asked. But Lin Ming didn't reply. His consciousness was still immersed within the Chaos Stones, feeling the boundless and ancient grand mist atmosphere coming from them. This was the taste of the years. Carved at the forming of the universe, these Chaos Stones had accumulated the infinite years of time. They were objects that had existed longer than anything else in the world. Every trace upon the Chaos Stone told a story about the myriad changes of the universe. They recorded the birth of countless celestial bodies, their glory, their radiance, and even their death. At the same time, this Chaos Stone also carried it with the aura of endless space. This universe was truly infinite. 3,000 boundless worlds and the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm did not account for the entirety of the universe. Within this world, there were countless mystic realms and too many unknown enigmas and riddles that were waiting for mankind to explore. A simple law could evolve into countless mysterious and limitless incomprehensible phenomena. Even an Empyrean would find it difficult to fully understand all the laws of the universe. The universe with its 3 axes held infinite space. From ancient times until now, countless eons had passed and would continue to pass without end. The largest of the 12 Chaos Stones was a 10-foot square. It was only 1% of the 100-foot royal sky seal's size. But the mysteries contained within were everlasting and interminable. It was not what the 100-foot royal sky seal could ever compare with. That wasn't to say the one who carved the 100-foot royal sky seal was insufficient in boundary. In truth, the weakest of the ancient Phoenix clan patriarchs was a powerful Holy Lord-level existence, and the most outstanding amongst them neared becoming a world king. The one who carved the 100-foot royal sky seal was an existence that approached a world king. This existence had used up 360 years of time to carve the 100-foot royal sky seal. From this alone, the number of mysteries within could be imagined. But, no matter how powerful that patriarch had been, he was still a martial artist and he still wasn't able to compare with an Empyrean. And an Empyrean couldn't compare with the universe. This was because what an Empyrean perceived was the laws of the universe. The Chaos Stones were carved by the universe itself. How could a totem stone carved by human hands be comparable to a Chaos Stone carved from the universe? Thus, this 10-foot square Chaos Stone recorded the most source laws of the universe. In just fire laws alone, it was far more profound and mystical than the 100-foot royal sky seal. The reason that Lin Ming could faintly feel the endless mysteries within these Chaos Stones was not because his perception was high. In fact, there were countless geniuses within the divine realm with abnormally high perception, but there had never been a heroic young elite among them who could sense the mysteries within the Chaos Stones during the life-destruction realm. The only reason Lin Ming was able to accomplish this was that he had once entered into the road of Emperor's Grand Mist space. The opportunities he gained there were the equivalent of inheriting a portion of Empyrean primordious inheritance. Lin Ming looked over every Chaos Stone. His soul had entered into a deep empty state. And in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the nearly gold-level battle spirit trembled. A hazy mist condensed around the spear-shaped battle spirit. That was the elementary form of Grand Mist energy. Grand Mist was primal chaos. When the universe was forming, before the heavens and earth had been formed, the universe had been filled with energy and impossibly dense matter. This was Grand Mist energy. A wisp of Grand Mist energy could crush a star. This was because if a star was condensed and turned into grand mist energy, it would only be the size of a walnut. Lin Ming could feel that this chaos stone seemed to form a resonance with the grand mist battle spirit in his spiritual sea. This sort of resonance allowed him to swim within the mysteries of laws within the chaos stone, deriving sustenance from within. This is the feeling of yin-yang. Lin Ming's mind stirred. The first chaos stone only contained 2 black and white stripes. These stripes curved and twisted together like twin snakes. When he first looked at them, he couldn't identify what these abstract lines were. But, as he sank his consciousness into them, he felt as if he could actually make out the sundering of the universe when yin and yang both split apart and formed. Atlas World's Chaos Stone number 1 is the Yin-Yang Chaos Stone. It contains the yin-yang laws. The name of this chaos stone emerged from within Lin Ming's mind. These 12 chaos stones did not have illustrious names like those totem stones left behind by supreme elders of the ancient Phoenix clan. For instance, the Extreme Tao Tablet, 100-foot Royal Sky Seal, and all the others with their wonderful names. These chaos stones were only numbered from 1 to 12, with their respective domains announcing them. Chaos Stone number 2, the Endless Years Chaos Stone, it contains the power of endless years. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Chaos Stone number 2 recorded the passing of time. On the surface of this Chaos Stone was inscribed the power of time. Compared to the traces on the Yin-Yang Chaos Stone, the traces formed from the power of time were even more ethereal and faint. As he casually swept over them, the phantom images were produced in his spiritual sea. But as he investigated more carefully, they became far more faint until they finally vanished from his mind without a trace of having ever been there. This was as uncertain as time itself. Although the past couldn't be altered, it could still be buried in the sands of history. If one tried to look, they could see that the future was misty and uncertain, hidden behind infinite variables. These variables were endless, to a degree that even an Empyrean could not solve them. Chaos Stone number 3, Universe Space Chaos Stone. This Chaos Stone contains the boundlessness of space. The element that paired with time was space. Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space was able to annihilate all laws, but its effects against the laws of space and time were actually greatly weakened. Time and space were known as the most mysterious laws for a reason. Before the universe had formed, time and space were compressed within the Grand Mist. At this time, the universe didn't have the concepts of space and time. But after the universe formed, before yin and yang separated, before the world was sundered open, and before the 5 elements were created, space and time had already existed. They had existed before the yin-yang primal chaos. On the Universe Space Chaos Stone, the traces were shallow and deep, long and short. Some lines diverged to the limit of the Chaos Stone, as if their end lay somewhere in the endless void. Some lines ended and collapsed within a single spot, as if the space inherent had returned to a point of singularity. The many mysteries were impossible to clearly see. Chaos Stone number 4, the 5 Elements Chaos Stone, it contains the power of the 5 element. The power of the 5 elements was birthed at the final stage of the creation of the universe. When the universe evolved, first there was chaos, then there was space and time, then there was yin-yang, then there were 5 elements, and finally celestial bodies were formed. On these celestial bodies, all forms of life were bred. Although the 5 element laws didn't appear to point towards the source of the universe like yin-yang and chaos, this didn't mean that they weren't mysterious. In fact, things that came later may have been even more complex. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as wind and thunder that were derived from them. Every single one of them was the most direct application of energy. In terms of speed, in terms of destructive power, in terms of regeneration, or even in terms of defense, each of these elements had reached the peak in some aspect. In just these extreme points, the power of the 5 elements was the most incomparably simple laws of the Great Tao. In order for source laws to be converted into striking power, they first had to pass through the power of the 5 elements. Chaos Stone number 5, the Star Chaos Stone, it contains the power of the stars. Lin Ming continued to look over the Chaos Stones. Stars existed all over the universe. The power of stars was the power to annihilate all matter. Although they seemed weak and not dangerous, That was because they were too far away. If one approached them, the power was incomparable. Not just that, the stars contained the winding path of destiny. This was because the movement of and rotation of stars contained the heavenly Tao. By understanding their movements and positions, one could learn to faintly see through the fog of the future. Sixth Chaos Stone, All Life Chaos Stone, it contains the laws of life. Lin Ming continued to look through all 12 Chaos Stones, immersing himself in their secrets until he finally woke up from his ethereal condition. As his consciousness perked up, he found that Xiao Whitesnow had already been calling out to him for a long time. "Brother Lin, hello, can you hear me? It's time for us to leave. Have you chosen a totem stone yet?" As Lin Ming heard Xiao Whitesnow's voice, a reflective and contemplative feeling washed over him. It was like being within the Chaos Stones was a completely different time and space. Xiao Whitesnow saw Lin Ming's confused look and couldn't help but say, "Brother Lin, I want to advise you that while these Chaos Stones are profound and mysterious, they are simply not practical at all. We are mainly involved in perceiving the concepts of fire, and these Chaos Stones are far too large and expansive. If you want to meditate on them, you will need to expend a great deal of effort to just understand a tiny bit. Even then, you might not be able to use these understandings on the concept of fire." Xiao Whitesnow was aware that Lin Ming hadn't looked at any totem stones, thus he reminded Lin Ming out of kindness. He certainly didn't know of Lin Ming's luck or fortune. In his mind, although Lin Ming was indeed talented, that talent mostly manifested in his combat strength. As for his perception, that was relatively normal, otherwise how could his understanding of fire laws be so bad? If Xiao Whitesnow had to be extremely blunt about this situation, then he would say that Lin Ming was a simple-minded man with a very strong body. Of course, Lin Ming being simple-minded was only in comparison to peak talents such as Yang Little Moon. Even Yang Little Moon wasn't able to perceive these Chaos Stones, much less Lin Ming. He naturally wouldn't believe that Lin Ming would have a deep impression and understanding of these Chaos Stones. "Brother Lin, I know that you haven't chosen yet, but our time limit is over and we must leave. How about this? If you trust me, then I can recommend you a totem stone that will undoubtedly be good for you. What do you think?" Among Totem Tower's totem stones, besides the 100-foot royal sky seal, the other Heavenstep totem stones weren't too different in quality. Xiao Whitesnow had given a cursory glance over them just now and had settled on 3 or 4 of them. In any case, he was only able to choose one, so recommending one to Lin Ming as a good way to befriend him was fine also. Lin Ming knew that Xiao Whitesnow was trying to be helpful. He smiled and said, "No need, Brother Xiao, I've already chosen." "Okay, then let's go." Xiao Whitesnow thought that Lin Ming might have already read up on these totem stones beforehand and had made his decision long ago. It didn't matter too much in any case. He left Totem Tower with Lin Ming. At this time, outside of Totem Tower, the disciples of the 3 branch palaces were waiting. The black-robed messenger stood high above a platform outside Totem Tower and patronizingly looked down at Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow. "You two, have you made your choice?" Chapter 1005, Lin Ming's Choice. Chapter 1005, Lin Ming's Choice. "We have already chosen, Lord Messenger," Xiao Whitesnow said. He was satisfied with his own choice of totem stone. Although it was a bit regrettable that it couldn't compare with the 100-foot royal sky seal, it did match up with his concepts more. It could be considered passable. "Millimeter. Then speak out what you have chosen. Once you have made your choice you cannot change it, so think well over your decision," the black-robed messenger said without expression. Reporting to Lord Messenger, "This disciple has chosen the 90-foot Burning Heaven tablet." Xiao Whitesnow spoke out loud. The 90-foot Burning Heaven tablet was 90 feet high, so it seemed only 10 feet shorter than the 100-foot royal sky seal. But the truth was that the 90-foot Burning Heaven tablet was shaped like a rectangle and it was only 20 feet wide. Thus, it was less than a fifth of the size of the 100-foot royal sky seal. Even so, the 90-foot Burning Heaven tablet originated from the 9th patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. This person was called Burning Heaven, and he had an extremely grand and famous history within the ancient Phoenix clan. When Lin Ming had gone to time-worn Phoenix City, the burning heaven totem stone he meditated over also came from this person. At that time, Lin Ming didn't possess the ability to perceive the chaos stones, thus he stepped back and requested the next best totem stone, the burning heaven totem stone. The 90-foot burning heaven tablet and the burning heaven totem stone were both works created by Patriarch Burning Heaven. But the burning heaven totem stone in time-worn Phoenix City only recorded the most preliminary concepts of the fire laws. As for the 90-foot burning heaven totem stone, that was etched with the first 8-level concepts of the fire laws. The mysteries inherent within were far superior. Of course, this was to be expected. The 90-foot burning heaven tablet was 1,800 times larger than time-worn Phoenix City's burning heaven totem stone. All right. The 90-foot burning heaven tablet. The black-robed messenger recorded Xiao Whitesnow's choice on a jade slip and then turned to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, what choice have you made? As the black-robed messenger asked this question, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ming. They wanted to hear just what he chose. In their opinion, Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow had similar talent, but Lin Ming was more oriented towards actual combat, and Xiao Whitesnow was oriented towards comprehension of laws. Originally, with Yang Little Moon here, no one would have cared about Lin Ming so much. But now that Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cypress Star had made a bet, that bet had pushed Lin Ming to the crest of the waves. Lin Ming is in a bind. The best 100-foot Royal Sky Seal was taken by Yang Little Moon, anything he chooses will just be leftovers. Yeah, but that's just how things are. Who let Yang Little Moon have the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline? I think that Lin Ming will choose the Extreme Dao Heaven Tablet. That stone tablet is 120 feet high and 15 feet wide. It's similar to the 90-foot burning heaven tablet. Since it comes from Senior Xiao Daoji, it is also an extremely high-quality work. I think so too. Several disciples discussed amongst themselves. At this time, Lin Ming finally opened his mouth to speak. However, he didn't state his choice directly. He first asked the black-robed messenger, Lord Messenger, I have a question. If I choose those stone tablets that no one else has chosen, can I choose more than 1 millimeter? Lin Ming's suddenly question left all the martial artists present dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Lin Ming wanted to choose totem stones that no one else had chosen. Fire Spirit Star's totem tower had an incomparably rich collection of totem stones. There were far more totem stones than disciples that had come, this was without doubt. But those totem stones that no one chose did not originate from patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan, but from the hands of elders. A true ancient Phoenix clan elder was on the same level as a branch palace's palace master. It was more accurate to say that there were far more elders than there were palace masters. This was because the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters had a great number of merit elders, disciplinary elders, highest elders, and all sorts of other elders. When combined with the 72 palace masters, there were well over 100 elders. One could look at the number to see what the difference in strength was between a patriarch and an elder. The ancient Phoenix clan only had a single patriarch, but there were over 100 elders. The ancient Phoenix clan had existed for countless tens of thousands of years. When all past and present elders were added together, they had to be counted with 10,000 as the base unit. Of these elders, many would leave behind totem stones before they died. These totem stones certainly couldn't compare with one made by the patriarch. Thus, most of them were used by martial artists of the lower realms, and only the highest quality ones would be kept in the divine realm totem towers. Of course, the so-called highest quality totem stones still couldn't compete with those like the 90-foot burning heaven totem stone. So when Lin Ming suddenly asked this question, the black-robed messenger and the other disciples had all been extremely shocked. What's Lin Ming trying to do? Is he going to wait until all the other disciples have chosen before he chooses again? How could that be? Do you think that he is an idiot? Even if 100 of those poor quality totem stones are combined, it still wouldn't match up to a single top-quality totem stone. Lin Ming's words left all the disciples scratching their heads. Even Yang Little Moon was puzzled as she stared at Lin Ming. What sort of tricks is this fellow trying to play? The black-robed messenger was a bit startled as he looked at Lin Ming. Then he gently smiled and said with some interest, "If you choose the totem stones that no one else has chosen, then I will allow you to choose multiple." "Great. Thank you, Lord Messenger, for the help. This disciple has chosen 4 totem stones. They are respectively, Atlas World's Chaos Stone number 1, the Yin-Yang Chaos Stone, Atlas World's Chaos Stone number 2, the Endless Years Chaos Stone, Atlas World's Chaos Stone number 3, the Universe Space Chaos Stone, Atlas World's number Chaos Stone 4, the 5 Elements Chaos Stone." Lin Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire audience. For a time, a pall of stunned silence fell over the entire crowd. All of the disciples were stunned silent. Lin Ming had listed 4 stone tablets in a single breath, and all of them were Chaos Stones. The Chaos Stones had always been mostly ignored in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial, and there were rarely any trial challengers who chose them. But there was still the occasional person, and those people tended to be divine transformation realm powerhouses on the level of White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun. They had already meditated on the other totem stones many times, and it was difficult to make further breakthroughs. Only then would they choose a Chaos Stone in the hopes they would obtain some inspirations and make a breakthrough. But now, a junior disciple had actually chosen the Chaos Stones, and moreover, he had also chosen 4. This had simply never happened before. Just what is Lin Ming thinking? He actually chose 4 Chaos Stones, and listening to their names, Yin-Yang Chaos Stone, Universe Space Chaos Stone, Endless Years Chaos Stone, and 5 Elements Chaos Stone, only that last 5 Elements Chaos Stone has anything to do with the fire laws. Is he planning on perceiving the fire laws through the 5 Elements Chaos Stone? This was what all the martial artists present were thinking. Even White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun weren't too sure just what was happening. Yang Littlemoon's eyes were wide like plates. She didn't think Lin Ming would make this choice. As for Xiao Whitesnow, who had entered Totem Tower with Lin Ming, he was looking at Lin Ming with a flawed expression, as if he were trying to say, "Are you kidding me here?" However, even though he opened his mouth, no words came out. He had been left speechless. He had already mentioned this point to Lin Ming, and since this was the choice Lin Ming had made, he naturally couldn't say anything else. Those that walked down the road of martial arts most respected and admired characters with great ambition and drive. The laws within the Chaos Stones were undefined and mysterious, without any specific content. To make an analogy, the totem stones left behind by all the previous patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan could be considered extremely rare and detailed martial arts manuscripts. But the Chaos Stones represented a general outline of every single martial arts manuscript that existed in the world. If one didn't even learn martial arts but wanted to see the general outline of everything, this sort of approach even had Sun Cypresstar frowning, and Sun Cypresstar was the one here with the most confidence in Lin Ming. He simply didn't understand Lin Ming's reasoning behind all this. "Lin Ming, do you know what you are doing? Those Chaos Stones are normally for Divine Lord Realm powerhouses to meditate on, and that is only occasionally too. We cultivate the fire laws, and the laws within the Chaos Stones are simply too general and mysterious. Even if you meditate on them for a long time, you still won't be able to learn much from them. You will only be able to use them as a reference point. You are a first-time rookie disciple, so you have the advantage within Totem Tower. Didn't you notice that even White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun have lower priority of choice than you? This is your most precious opportunity. If you miss this chance, then the next time you come here you won't be a rookie disciple anymore, and it will be more difficult to choose a totem stone that you like. I know that you don't feel too well about not being able to choose the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal, but the Extreme Dao Heaven Tablet is also a very good choice. Many disciples who want to meditate on that totem stone don't ever have the chance to do so." Sun Cypresstar sent Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission, sincerely worried for him. Lin Ming faintly smiled and responded with a sound transmission, "I thank Senior Sun for the advice, but since I have made my choice I naturally have confidence in myself." "Well, okay." Sun Cypresstar thought of saying something else but shook his head. Thinking about it, up until now, everything Lin Ming did or said had a clear goal behind it. In the past, when no one believed in him, he had still emerged victorious. Perhaps he also had a special reason this time too? As Sun Cypresstar thought this, he no longer stopped Lin Ming. He only ordered him, "Put your best into it." This disciples understands. In the square of Totem Tower, the black-robed messenger had waited for 20 breaths of time. He meaningfully gazed at Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, have you determined your choice? Once you've made it, you can no longer change it. Do not regret the decision you made. This disciple has chosen. Good, then I shall write them down." The black-robed messenger flourished a brush and drew a seal mark on a jade slip. The third group of people to enter the Totem Tower, White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun, amongst talents of the same level, junior disciples went first. The black-robed messenger had used this method to tacitly signify that Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow were on the same level as White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun. But Yang Little Moon was yet another level higher than them. White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun quickly flew into Totem Tower and made their choices. After them was Hu Yenguang. Hu Yenguang was the only 9-4 life destruction martial artist of Phoenix Cry Palace. Moreover, he was also a 4-layered Heavens 9-4 martial artist. In Phoenix City Palace, he was second only to Lin Ming within the group of junior disciples. All other geniuses that were superior to Hu Yenguang were no longer junior disciples. After Hu Yenguang, the 9-4 divine transformation senior disciples went to choose. Everyone slowly filtered in and out. It took a full day and night for the disciples of the 3 branch palaces to complete their choices. Very well. All disciples have finished their choices. From this point on, you may freely cultivate. Whether it is the 18 Hells of Flame or the Totem Tower, you may do as you wish. 2 years from now we shall test your final results. This smelting trial is divided into 2 aspects. One is the 18 Hells of Flame that tests your comprehension of laws and concepts, and the other is the illusionary God Combat Array that tests your actual combat prowess. Those with extraordinary trial results may obtain rewards passed down from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. Fire elementals, top-grade pills, top-grade saint artifacts, Phoenix Heartblood, Phoenix Plumeblood, and even Phoenix Coronet Blood and Transcendent Saint Artifact. As long as you have the ability, everything is yours for the taking. Now, you are all dismissed. Cultivate as you will. Chapter 1006, Lotus Blooming Step by Step. Chapter 1006, Lotus Blooming Step by Step. Freely cultivate? That's great, too great. I just chose a totem stone, so I'll have to focus on perceiving it. If I can close up for a year or so before returning to the 18 Hells of Flame, I'll be able to go even deeper. And the deeper I go, the more benefits there will be. That's right. When I was at Praying Phoenix Palace, I had the chance to meditate over a totem stone, but that was only for several days. These totem stones are also of a much greater quality than the ones I saw. As the black-robed messenger said that they could freely cultivate as they wished and decide how to arrange their own time, all of the junior disciples were extremely excited. Close up for a year. Yeah, keep on dreaming. The reason that the totem stones allow people to perceive the laws within them is that they have law fragments condensed within them. These totem stones are in essence a sort of array formation. Only someone with an extremely deep understanding of laws can carve them down and gather the truths of the heavenly Tao within them. As long as you touch your mind to them, you will be able to slowly absorb the law fragments within. But as that continues, as less and less law fragments are there, the effect will become increasingly worse. Once there are about 70% of the law fragments left, you normally have to stop training and let the totem stones recover and gather more law fragments before you can use them again. Otherwise, why did you think that only a single disciple was able to choose a stone tablet and no one else was able to choose it afterwards? Some divine transformation realm disciples said that had already participated in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial several times. They immediately shattered the dreams of the junior disciples. This was also the first time the junior disciples had heard of such a thing. But as they thought of it, it made much more sense. No wonder the ancient Phoenix smelting trial was only held once every 4 years. This was obviously to give the totem stones time to recondense law fragments. Otherwise, the ancient Phoenix clan would have made full use of their resources and sent new disciples to Fire Spirit Star every year. As for the reason a totem stone was assigned to only one person, this was because the law fragments within them were difficult to divide. If it wasn't for this, several people could meditate on a stone tablet together, or they could even take turns. Let's meditate on the totem stones first and absorb some of the law fragments before we head back to the 18 hells of flame. A disciple suggested. Millimeter, that sounds like a good idea. We can go to the 18 hells of flame whenever we want, but the law fragments within the totem stones are limited. We have to make full use of them. The disciples all flew towards Totem Tower, Lin Ming included. In Totem Tower, all the totem stones were already separated and sealed in different spaces by the black-robed messenger according to what he wrote down on the jade slip. Every space corresponded to a totem stone, each with a disciple assigned to it. Of course, Lin Ming was an exception. The space he trained at had 4 chaos stones. They were the Yin-Yang Chaos Stone, the Universe Space Chaos Stone, the Endless Years Chaos Stone, and the 5 Elements Chaos Stone. The 4 chaos stones floated in the air, suspended around Lin Ming. His surroundings vaguely shined with a starry light. The place where Lin Ming stood now seemed to be somewhere in the empty boundless universe. With no sound around him, and an endless stretch of space extending past what his eyes could see, it was extremely easy to adjust his mental state in this environment to one of peace and serenity. He was able to wholeheartedly invest his mind in meditating on the laws. Lin Ming separated out a part of his divine sense and touched it upon the 5 Elements Chaos Stone. The Grand Mist Battle Spirit faintly trembled within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. That boundless and simple aura that originated from the most ancient of times immediately reached into Lin Ming's mind. When Lin Ming had been choosing the Chaos Stones, he already perceived them to a preliminary degree. He was able to vaguely feel the concepts within the Chaos Stones, something that not even a divine transformation realm powerhouse could comprehend, and he had gained many benefits in the process. However, that still wasn't Lin Ming's limit. If he weren't pressed for time and if he hadn't also had to worry about Xiao Whitesnow's presence, Lin Ming would have been able to perceive even more things. Lin Ming took a deep breath and sunk his mind into the Chaos Stone. In his spiritual sea, the spear-shaped battle spirit began to shine out with a silver-grey radiance. A blood-red lotus flower began blooming behind Lin Ming. Prime Emperor Martial Intent, Grand Mist Space. Who? In that moment, Lin Ming completely enveloped the 4 chaos stones around him with the Grand Mist Space. A faint trace of elementary Grand Mist energy emerged, echoing through space. It was like a faint mist that slowly wrapped around the Chaos Stones. Grand Mist Space was the chaotic state that existed before the forming of the universe. And these Chaos Stones were formed at the beginning of the universe and were carved with the revolution of the universe's source energy. Both of them complemented each other. Although Lin Ming couldn't fully reproduce the chaos that existed before the universe formed, he could still rely on the Grand Mist Space to stimulate the mysteries within the Chaos Stones. This was similar to waking up the ancient memories slumbering within them. Underneath the quickening effect of the elementary Grand Mist energy, the traces upon the Chaos Stones seemed to come to life. Law fragments slowly overflowed from within them, falling into Lin Ming's mind and etching themselves on his consciousness. The law fragments contained within the Chaos Stones were far richer in number than those in the Totem Stones. One reason was that the Chaos Stones were originally of a far greater quality than the Totem Stone tablets. Even the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal could not compare with the Chaos Stones. Another reason was that very few martial artists chose the Chaos Stones, and it was difficult for them to perceive them. It was difficult for them to even understand the most minute knowledge from them. Even if a Divine Lord powerhouse were to meditate over them for a long time, they still wouldn't be able to perceive many of the mysteries within. Thus, the law fragments they absorbed were also extremely limited. After accumulating for so many years, the law fragments within each Chaos Stone were at a near-saturated state. Lin Ming was able to use the primordious martial intent to freely extract them. Currently Lin Ming's perception was at the peak of the highest echelons within all the geniuses of the divine realm. In addition, with his Saint Artifact Bracer supporting him, Lin Ming's speed of understanding the chaos laws could be said to be astronomical. Lin Ming unconsciously entered the ethereal intent state. He forgot the passage of time, forgot existence, and even forgot himself. Cultivating past as if time didn't exist. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. In Fire Spirit Star, all the disciples were busily training. Some disciples even left Totem Tower just 2 months in. This was because there were insufficient law fragments in the totem stones for them to continue perceiving them. If they continued, then their speed would be extremely slow. Thus, they entered the 18 hells of flame and withstood the baptism of the power of fire there, slowly tempering their learnings. Although training within the 18 hells of flame was worse than training within Totem Tower, it was still an important and indispensable part. The 18 hells of flame focused on practicality while Totem Tower focused on theory. Both of them complemented each other. On the 3rd month, many talented disciples such as Huyenguang, Zhu Fei, and some of the more amazing senior disciples left Totem Tower and entered the 18 hells of flame. This reflected the amount of benefits within the totem stones. The larger the totem stone, the more law fragments that were condensed within. For instance, the Extreme Tao Heaven Tablet and the 90-foot Burning Heaven Tablet both had more law fragments within them than the ordinary totem stones. This also meant that the time a martial artist could meditate over them for was longer. This was the reason why Huyenguang, Zhu Fei, and other such talented disciples were able to last for 3 months before leaving. They had all obtained great benefits from this smelting trial. On the same day that they left seclusion and entered the 18 hells of flame, they were actually able to dive 9,900 miles deep into the 2nd level, almost breaking into the 3rd level. And before now, 5,000 miles into the 2nd level had been their limit. However, before they could enjoy their happiness for too long, they came under tremendous attack. Praying Phoenix Palace's most talented junior disciple, Xiao Whitesnow, finally emerged from seclusion after 3 months and broke through to the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame in a single attempt. He even made it 3,000 miles into the 3rd level and cultivated there for an entire day before he exhausted his true essence. This caused all the other junior disciples to feel weak and frustrated. They had thought they were able to catch up to him a little bit, but they didn't expect for the gap between them to grow even larger. However, this couldn't be helped. Xiao Whitesnow was originally the #1 talented junior disciple of Praying Phoenix Palace, and the 90-foot Burning Heaven Tablet he chose was only inferior to the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal. With such an advantage, how could the speed of his progress be compared with other disciples? After perceiving the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal for half a year, Yang Little Moon finally left seclusion. At that time, she seemed to be an entirely different person. Her blue clothes fluttered in the wind, and with every step she took in the air, blue lotuses would bloom underneath her feet. The blue lotuses were formed by pure fire origin energy. After these lifelike replicas appeared in the sky, they didn't fade away for a long time. This was a type of phenomenon, one called lotus blooming step by step. If a martial artist was able to comprehend the 3rd level concept of fire, the concept of creation, to the peak of perfection, and if they could gather a great destiny onto themselves, then they would be able to comprehend the Blue Lotus domain. But, Lotus blooming step by step was actually on a higher level than the Blue Lotus domain. This meant that she had completely fused together with the fire origin energy around her. She had reached a boundary in which her body was able to move the laws itself. Every movement she took, every word she said was able to resonate with the laws of the world and the origin energy around her. When Xiao Whitesnow first saw Yang Little Moon again, he knew that the difference between them had grown even greater, to a point that it was impossible to ever overtake her. To a genius, the proud arrogance in their hearts was a vital aspect of themselves. They could lose everything else besides their arrogant nature, because if they did, they would also lose the courage to chase after others' footsteps. But Xiao Whitesnow had no choice but to admit a truth, and that was that there was little hope that he would ever manage to surpass Yang Little Moon's shadow. The boundary of lotus blooming step by step was something that almost existed only in legends. Many of the present elders, including Sun Cypress Star and Chu Red Cloud, had never witnessed lotus blooming step by step before. But now this phenomenon had actually manifested within the body of a 7th stage life destruction young woman. This was simply unbelievable. I never thought this was possible, that I would be able to witness lotus blooming step by step. This young woman is simply a monster. If I had to lose to such a phenomenon, then that could only be the fate given to me. Sun Cypresstar Riley shook his head and forcefully smiled. No matter how he calculated it, he never would have thought that charming Phoenix Palace would actually produce such a monstrous talent with the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. This sort of bloodline was not easily born even in the three great family clans. Moreover, even those with the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline might not be able to comprehend lotus blooming step by step. Yang Little Moon was originally beloved by the heavens to begin with. And with her perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, it perfectly complemented her in perceiving the 100-foot royal sky seal. As long as she didn't perish in the future, she would become an existence no less than a palace master. Chapter 1007, Phoenix Blood Essence. Chapter 1007, Phoenix Blood Essence. As Chu Red Cloud saw the current Yang Little Moon, it was no longer possible for her to conceal her smile. Yang Little Moon surpassed all her expectations. At this time, she no longer even cared about the bet. It was better to say that she assumed the bet was already won. Now, what she cared about was Yang Little Moon's results in this smelting trial. With such talent, it was possible for Yang Little Moon to become a pivotal figure within the ancient Phoenix clan. If so, then at that time she would be able to rely on her relationship with Yang Little Moon to obtain great benefits for the Chu family. Compared to winning the heaven-eclipsing cauldron, this was far more valuable. After Yang Little Moon left seclusion, she dove into the 18 hells of flame. In the first 2 levels, the fire origin energy heavenly winds breezed past her like gentle winds, unable to hinder her movement at all. She turned into a blue beam of light that shot 9,000 miles deep into the 3rd level. Here, her speed slowed down, but it was only by a little bit. She rushed through to the 4th level without pause. In the 4th level, the fiery wind became even stronger and the temperature rose by another level. But even this was not able to stop her. 4th level 1,000 miles, 4th level 2,000 miles, 4th level 3,000 miles. Yang Little Moon rushed all the way to 5,000 miles into the 4th level before she stopped and began training. There, she trained for an entire day. If Yang Little Moon could stop 5,000 miles into the 4th level to train, then that proved that distance wasn't her limit. She was likely capable of reaching 7,000 to 8,000 miles deep into the 4th level. That was almost at the 5th level. In just half a year of practice, she was able to near the 5th level. This result was like a massive mountain that appeared in front of everyone else, making it so that no one could approach her. She's too strong. It's hard for anyone to summon the courage to chase her. Yeah, she has a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline and she even perceived the 100-foot royal sky seal. Compared to her, let alone us, even characters like Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow cannot compare to her. In fact, if Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow had come in past years, they would have already been considered peak talents. But now that this perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline Yang Little Moon appeared during this smelting trial, both of them are destined to be overshadowed by her. As Lin Ming was mentioned, everyone's thoughts changed. Lin Ming still hadn't emerged from Totem Tower. He had actually closed up for almost half a year without a peep coming from him. In the 4th and 5th months, there were some lower-ranking disciples that had already entered Totem Tower for the 2nd time to perceive the fire laws again. But Lin Ming still hadn't emerged. Now that you mention it, Lin Ming still hasn't come out of training. What's going on with him? Many disciples were confused. In their opinion, the longer someone stayed in, the more amazing their performance would be after coming out. But now Yang Little Moon had already emerged and yet Lin Ming was still secluded within Totem Tower. This was an extremely mysterious situation. Maybe he didn't manage to perceive anything so he's too embarrassed to come out? That might be true. It might be another reason. Lin Ming chose 4 Chaos Stones to meditate on, but the power of the laws within those Chaos Stones is very difficult to comprehend. Even a divine transformation realm powerhouse would have to spend several years to do so. Even then they might not gain too much. Lin Ming has only been inside for 5 months. Do you think he really could have cleanly absorbed all the law fragments in the Chaos Stones? Lin Ming is indeed a chosen pride of heaven, especially in the aspect of combat strength. With a 5th stage life destruction cultivation, he was able to defeat a 4-layered Heaven's 9-4 martial artist. That isn't something that the average person could hope to accomplish. But the choice he made this time is really puzzling. For these last months, just how much could he have perceived? I feel like he's just wasting his time in there and wasting the chance that has been given. A rookie disciple only gets one chance. The next time he comes, he won't be a rookie disciple, even if he isn't 33 years old yet. Who knows what these geniuses are thinking? It could be that Lin Ming did so because of the bet and because he needs to defeat Yang Little Moon, thus he chose to take such a dangerous risk. The best 100-foot royal sky seal was already taken by Yang Little Moon, and she also has the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Her foundation is better than Lin Ming's. If he chose the Extreme Tao Heaven tablet, then he would certainly lose. Maybe that's why he took the chance and chose the Chaos Stones. Choosing the Chaos Stones is also a losing method, and a much uglier way of losing. The disciple that was previously speaking was interrupted. Indeed, the laws contained within the Chaos Stones were simply too general and vague. It was impossible for lower realm disciples to perceive anything from them, and even if they did, it might not help increase their understandings of the fire laws. At this point, no one spoke about Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon's bet anymore. To them, victory and defeat had basically been decided. Now, the topic that people were discussing was what rewards Yang Little Moon would obtain for entering 5,000 miles deep into the 4th level of the Hells of Flame. When Yang Little Moon had entered 5,000 miles into the 3rd level, she had obtained a drop of Phoenix Plume blood and a high-grade Saint artifact. To Yang Little Moon, these rewards weren't useful at all. They were simply garbage in her eyes. However, this couldn't be helped. Because by the time the ancient Phoenix smelting trial ended, many people would be able to reach that depth and obtain similar rewards. If the rewards for such levels were too precious, then even the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters would find that hard to withstand. But the 4th level was different. Starting from the 4th level, that was a domain that only peak talents could reach. As for the 5th level, that was a point which even Xiao Whitesnow might not be able to achieve at the end of the smelting trial. In the past 100 years, only White Dao Hong, Lu Xiaoyun, and Praying Phoenix Palace's Fang Qiren had been able to reach the 5th level as rookie disciples. Fang Qiren had already reached 120 years of age and was no longer a disciple, instead becoming a hall protector. As for the 6th level, that was a legend. Someone entering that level as a rookie disciple might not occur even every 1 or 2,000 years. From the 4th level upwards, the rewards became much richer. If one could enter the 4th level, they would obtain one top-grade Saint artifact. If one could reach 5,000 miles into the 4th level, they could obtain a mortal step fire elemental. As for the 5th level and the legendary 6th level, the rewards were even more terrifying. One could obtain a full set of top-grade Saint artifacts, or perhaps even Spirit artifact. There were even bottles of Phoenix Plume blood, Phoenix Heart blood, Phoenix Marrow blood, and maybe even Phoenix Coronet blood. In the legends, tens of thousands of years ago there was even a drop of Phoenix blood essence given as a reward. Blood essence could not be compared with ordinary Phoenix blood. A phoenix was thousands of miles long, even 10,000 miles long. If its blood were to fall, it could drown entire cities and cause great rivers to overflow. If one could raise a phoenix, then it was possible to gather the extremely precious Phoenix Coronet blood every day, obtaining endless amounts of it. But Phoenix blood essence was different. That was a phoenix's life blood essence. It was similar to a martial artist's blood essence. Once it was lost, it was overly difficult to restore. Thus, the value of Phoenix blood essence was impossible to measure. Even if Yang Little Moon was able to produce the phenomenon of lotus blood step by step, if she wanted to produce an amazing heaven-shocking result that was able to qualify her for a drop of Phoenix blood essence, that was far, far too difficult. As the young disciples saw Yang Little Moon receive the rewards from the black-robed messenger, many of them were filled with envy. For them, even by the time they left Fire Spirit Star, it would still be impossible for them to set foot in the 4th floor. Incredible. Yang Littlemoon's smelting trial might even alert the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. Moreover, Yang Littlemoon has already reached the age of marriage. If she is willing to marry someone, then her wedding will become a grand and important event of the ancient Phoenix clan. I have no idea just how many handsome and heroic young elites will be chasing after her with dreams of marriage. Yes, and I think that the Yang family will marry Yang Littlemoon off to someone else who also has the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. That would be the best method of producing descendants that also have the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. In the ancient Phoenix clan, great importance was placed upon the idea of bloodlines. Bloodline was often considered more valuable than talent or strength. This was because a strong martial artist might be strong only because of their destiny, and the children they had might not have the same strength they did. But a martial artist with a pure and rich bloodline would definitely give birth to children with a similarly rich bloodline. The richer the parent's bloodline was, the higher the chances that a child with the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline would be produced. Unfortunately, the richer a martial artist's ancient Phoenix bloodline was, the more difficult it became for them to have children. Long ago, there had been a husband and wife that both had perfect ancient Phoenix bloodlines and were also important figures of the ancient Phoenix clan. But they still weren't able to produce a child even after 10,000 years of attempts. The glory and dazzling radiance of Yang Littlemoon's lotus blooming step by step completely covered the halo of all other geniuses. Xiao Whitesnow, Lin Ming, and even the Divine Transformation Realm disciples, White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun, were all cast away, only able to act as foils to her success. Little Moon, this time headquarters have rewarded you with a top-grade saint artifact as well as a mortal step fire elemental. The fire elemental can wait until you break through Ninefall and undergo a baptism of the heavenly Tao before you absorb it. It will help you increase your understandings of the fire laws. As for the top-grade saint artifact, that will increase your combat strength. The more the better, but don't depend on them too much. In this smelting trial, the goal I've set for you is to become the top talent with the best results in the last 10,000 years. If that happens, I can represent charming Phoenix Palace and apply for a drop of Phoenix blood essence from the ancient Phoenix clan for you. That is the most vital goal, Chu Redcloud said after Yang Littlemoon received her rewards. I know, Auntie. I will try my best. After Yang Littlemoon comprehended the lotus blooming step-by-step phenomenon, she was also very excited and giddy. This was affirmation and recognition of her talent towards the fire laws. Since she had reached this step, she naturally had to try and earn the reputation of the top genius of fire spirit stars last 10,000 years. She wanted to see whether or not she could earn a drop of Phoenix blood essence. Yang Littlemoon already had the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. Half of her blood was human and the other half was that of a phoenix. If her ancient Phoenix bloodline became any richer, she would become a fae. It sounded as if Yang Littlemoon's bloodline had reached the peak, but that was in fact untrue. The perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline was also divided into different grades. If two people had the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, but one had ordinary ancient Phoenix blood and the other had Phoenix plume blood, would they still be the same? If she could use the ancient Phoenix clan's special bloodline transplant technique, then she would be able to raise only the quality of her bloodline without affecting the quantity. In that way, let alone a single drop of Phoenix blood essence, Yang Littlemoon would be able to absorb 100 drops of Phoenix blood essence without it affecting her bloodline density. As Yang Littlemoon, Xiao Whitesnow, and the others had all left seclusion and were dazzling others with their newfound abilities, deep within Totem Tower, Lin Ming's training had entered into a critical period. At this time, Lin Ming was completely immersed within the grand mist space. A light fog floated around his body. This was the elementary form of grand mist energy. Lin Ming fluttered in space, motionless. His breath and his heartbeat had both stopped as if he had died, a stone carving that remained unmoved for 1 trillion years. Chapter 1008, Gold Battle Spirit. Chapter 1008, Gold Battle Spirit. The 4 Chaos Stones were boundless, solemn, and mysterious. They circled in the air around Lin Ming, slowly gushing out with vague law runes that fused together with the faint traces of grand mist energy around. As they flowed through space, they seemed to come from the nothingness of ancient times, bringing with them the highest truths of the infinite heavenly Tao, containing the burden of arcane laws. Chaos represented the limitless, and limitless represented the world before heaven, a reality without beginning nor end. No one could guess the meaning behind it. Besides the universe itself, no one was able to understand its cryptic mysteries. First there was the infinite exhaustible void, then there was primal chaos, then there was yin-yang energies, which later divided into the 5 elements, which grew into celestial bodies, and which finally gave birth to all life and creation. From the hazy void, grand mist energy emerged, an energy that surpassed a star in weight. On these stars, countless complex life forms evolved, growing and changing. Just how many laws of the heavenly Tao were observed in these changes? Just how many truths of the great Tao were contained within? It was simply unimaginable. And the most complicated truths also extended from the infinite arrangement of the simplest truths. Evolution, combination, transformation, the process really made one praise the heavens, perhaps even for an Empyrean-level character. In the face of all the laws of the universe, the totality of their comprehensions were nothing more than a drop in the ocean, simply unworthy of mentioning. And at this time, Lin Ming was actually unknowingly swimming in such an ocean. It was as if his soul had left his body and his mind was swimming through endless space. Vaguely, through a dim haze, he could see the world filled with infinite chaos. This chaos energy was vast and endless. As it flooded the universe, it seemed great without limit, and yet it also seemed infinitesimally small, as if it could all be concentrated into a single spot without any volume at all. This absurd illusion caused Lin Ming to feel flummoxed. But as he thought over it carefully, a feeling of awareness appeared in his mind. This was the state of chaos that the universe existed in before it was formed. In chaos, there was neither space nor time, there was nothing to hear or anything to feel, so how could anything be called large or small? Such a state continued for an unknown time. It seemed to last for an infinitely long period of time, a period of time where the entire evolution of the universe could be followed, where the universe was born and destroyed. It seemed to last for an infinitely short period of time, a period of time so short that even an instant couldn't describe it, a period of time so short that it couldn't be described in words at all. But whether it was a long time or a short time, in this moment, the chaotic state of the universe was torn apart. A terrifyingly high temperature, a tyrannically crazy explosion. In that moment, it was as if all the energy within the vast divine realm, all the energy throughout the infinite boundless universe was completely released at once. Even an Empyrean or divine god wouldn't be able to resist 1/1000th trillionth of this energy. In this horrifying explosion, that grand mist energy that was heavier than the stars was actually sundered apart. Infinite matter, infinite energy, all of it began within this terrifyingly high temperature. All of it was ejected out from this jumbled state of chaos. As the temperature cooled down, a miraculous change began to occur. As the chaotic state of the universe slowly disappeared, everything began to move and slowly evolve. This was the primal chaos. Primal chaos was the source of change. The primal chaos gave birth to the vigorous yang and the calm yin. Like this, the two yin and yang energies came into being. In that blazingly high temperature, Lin Ming could see yin and yang energy being produced. They were originally a single pure energy. Yin energy and yang energy slowly evolved into the smallest particles, particles so small that they were 1 billion times smaller than a speck of dust. Even if a divine Lord powerhouse poured all of their supernatural power into their eyes, they still wouldn't be able to see them. But Lin Ming, who was meditating on the chaos stones through his grand mist space, was actually able to see them. He saw energy evolve into yin thunder and yang thunder. The particles that contained yin thunder and yang thunder were mutually attracted to each other, latching onto one another and maintaining a most delicate balance. Since ancient times, yin and yang did not mix. If they collided, they would annihilate each other. But, in these smallest particles, yin thunder actually revolved together with yang thunder. Both energies complemented each other, supporting and restraining the other. After the yin and yang particles were split and paired together, they began to condense, combining and arranging themselves in a series of patterns that exhibited countless properties and characteristics. And these were the 5 elements. The 5 elements were not solely 5 different types of matter. Rather, they were the ultimate embodiments of matter. With the 5 elements as a foundation, they could be combined into all of life and the infinite energies of the world. These were the truths contained within the heavenly Tao. The infinite nothing gave birth to primal chaos divided to yin and yang energies, yin and yang energies transformed into the 5 elements, and the 5 elements formed all life. So this is the primal chaos. It was originally yin and yang energy as well as the power of the 5 elements. Lin Ming took a deep breath, an unprecedented clarity appearing within his mind. The heavenly Tao was incomparably abstract. The 5 elements could be partly understood, but as for what yin and yang were, and what primal chaos was, that was an extremely abstruse and philosophical idea. Even if a supreme elder tried to explain it, they would say that one could only understand it and not put it into words. But today, Lin Ming was finally able to see that the primal chaos was the evolution of the limitless nothing, and that the primal chaos contained the most source laws from the beginning of the universe. As for yin and yang, they were not abstract ideas, but rather particles that truly existed as the tiniest manifestation of matter. Yin and yang transforming into all of existence was not empty talk. Those infinitesimally tiny yin and yang particles truly existed in all things. This included the stars, this included mountains and rivers, seas and lakes, this included all the people of the world. Even Lin Ming was no exception. Even the chaos stones here were formed by yin and yang energies. In all matter, yin and yang energy existed equally. Otherwise, if they were in an imbalanced situation, then they would produce thunder. The divine thunder of fire, water, metal, earth, wood, that was how the 5 elements' divine thunder was produced. Although thunder was tied to the 5 elements, it in truth didn't belong to the 5 elements. Rather, it was the evolution of the 5 elements. In this short period, Lin Ming was enlightened to many truths. He personally saw the evolution of the universe. Watching this was the same as bearing witness to billions of years of the universe compressed into a short moment. This experience itself was a massive lucky chance. Even a holy lord or world king might not have the good fortune to experience it. In that moment, Lin Ming's mind was filled with knowledge. He felt his spiritual sea suddenly tremble. A boundless aura surged into the world, accompanied with countless law fragments that overflowed from the chaos stones and poured into Lin Ming's body. These law fragments were constantly absorbed by Lin Ming, turning into mysterious runes within his body. And in the skies above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the silver-grey Grand Mist battle spirit began to transform. A faint trace of elementary Grand Mist energy gathered above the spear-shaped battle spirit. This made the battle spirit emit a brilliantly dazzling radiance. This radiance started silver but slowly began to mix with a golden light. As time passed, more and more golden light appeared, becoming brighter and more abundant until it completely engulfed the silver light. In that moment, the spear-shaped battle spirit within Lin Ming's spiritual sea finally turned from silver to a sparkling gold. After a long period of accumulation, his battle spirit finally broke through the bottleneck of silver perfection and became a gold battle spirit. A gold battle spirit could be projected into the world and form a space of will. At this step, a battle spirit would have a tremendous effect on one's combat strength. A gold battle spirit was no longer just a supportive attack method but could also be used as a main attack method. However, Lin Ming's gold battle spirit was different from that of an ordinary martial artist. It was not a brilliant shining gold, but had the dark color of Grand Mist energy fused into it. It was a dark gold color. The dark gold battle spirit contained an ancient and boundless aura. This was the atmosphere of chaos. Because Lin Ming had perceived the chaos laws, his Grand Mist battle spirit contained an aura of Grand Mist energy that was far more vivid than before. Because of this special attribute, Lin Ming's battle spirit was only at the formative gold level, but it was actually far more powerful than a normal small success gold battle spirit. A martial artist with a mere 6th stage life destruction cultivation actually had a battle spirit comparable to that of a divine transformation realm powerhouse. This accomplishment couldn't even be described with the words monstrous genius. At this time, as Lin Ming recalled the jade slip that Fairy Feng had left behind to him, he felt as if all the truths within there were easily seen and understood. Indeed, the chaos laws were not directly related to the fire laws. But, the chaos laws were all-encompassing. From time, space, yin and yang, the 5 elements, stars, life, all of it was included within the chaos laws. This was the universe originated from chaos, and all matter and energy within the world was part of the universe. Chaos was the foundation of the universe. Once one comprehended it, that was the same as grasping the very nature of the universe. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that from this moment on, Lin Ming had truly stepped into the divine pantheon of the universe's source laws. As for all other geniuses, they were kept outside of the door, waiting anxiously to catch the little fragments of laws that overflowed from this divine pantheon of laws. As they were happy and complacent with their own achievements, Lin Ming was actually swimming within that divine pantheon of laws, starting his journey to comprehending the origin of the universe. This was the very essence of disparity. This difference wouldn't manifest too obviously at the start, but as time passed, the distance between him and others would begin to become increasingly large. At that time, Lin Ming would truly step towards the peak of martial arts. As for other geniuses, including even the once-in-a-millennium talent Yang Little Moon, they would at most be guaranteed to become someone like a future palace master of one of the ancient Phoenix clan's branch palaces. As for becoming an even higher Holy Lord and becoming a ruler of the ancient Phoenix clan, they would have to put forth enormous effort. In this process, if their mind, mentality, will, destiny, or strength ever fell just a single point short, they would fail. Time slowly passed. Without knowing it, Lin Ming had already been in Totem Tower for an entire year. In this year, there were still many law fragments within the Chaos Stones. What Lin Ming managed to absorb was only a very tiny portion of them. He lay suspended in the air as before, withstanding the baptism of law fragments. And outside of Totem Tower, many great changes were occurring once more. White Dao Hong, Lu Xiaoyun, Yang Little Moon, and Xiao Whitesnow had all completed their second period of seclusion in Totem Tower. Now, they were all training within the 18 Hells of Flame. They had finished 2 seclusion rounds within Totem Tower, but as for Lin Ming, he hadn't even finished his first. After the second period of seclusion, the Divine Transformation Realm disciples like White Dao Hong and Lu Xiaoyun didn't have that great of a change. This was also to be expected. At their boundary, it would take them a very long time to perceive the laws, and they had to do so in an ordered manner, step by step. Wanting to rapidly increase their understandings of the laws in a year or 2 was actually impossible. However, Yang Little Moon and Xiao Whitesnow had made tremendous progress. Chapter 1009, Headquarters Envoy. Chapter 1009, Headquarters Envoy. After Xiao Whitesnow finished his second period of seclusion, he was finally able to enter the 4th level, and even made it an additional 2,000 miles in. This result neared the distance Yang Little Moon reached after she left her first period of seclusion. But as for Yang Little Moon herself, she was even more amazing. After she left her second period of seclusion, she broke through to the 5th level of the Hells of Flame and reached an additional 4,000 miles in. This depth already surpassed the distance that White Dao Hong reached in the 18 Hells of Flame smelting trial when he first arrived as a rookie disciple. 70 to 80 years ago, when White Dao Hong was also a junior disciple, he had passed through 2 years of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial and his final result was 3,000 miles deep into the 5th level. This result had been surpassed by Yang Little Moon in just a single year. This result was enough to alarm the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. Whether it was the phenomenon of lotus blooming step by step, or reaching 4,000 miles deep into the 5th level after just 1 year, both of these were results that stunned and amazed all. These results even surpassed those of the talented geniuses of the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. It could be said that as long as nothing happened to Yang Little Moon, she would become a future palace master of one of the ancient Phoenix clan's 72 branch palaces, controlling a territory of her own. That would be an extremely easy goal to accomplish. And if she trained well, There was even the faintest of hopes that she would become the next patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. That was a Holy Lord-level character of the divine realm. Such a talent was definitely worthy of the ancient Phoenix clan's attention. Moreover, some elders from headquarters even had thoughts of having young Little Moon marry into their family. What? Headquarters is sending some people here? Whether it was Sun Cypress Star, Chu Red Cloud, or any of the disciples from the Three Branch Palaces, all of them were surprised as they heard this news from Fire Spirit Star's black-robed guardian. The ancient Phoenix clan headquarters was the center of power for the entire ancient Phoenix clan. In the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters, there were all sorts of great elders that wielded great amounts of power and authority. There were disciplinary elders, merit elders, alchemy elders, refiner elders, and all sorts of other elders. These elders were no weaker than the palace masters of the 72 branch palaces. There were even some elders in important positions that were above the palace masters in power and authority. In addition, there were also the highest elders. These highest elders were all old monstrous fellows that no longer bothered with worldly affairs. They were old patriarchs or vice-patriarchs that had stepped back from their position and had wholeheartedly dedicated their efforts to cultivating. Thus they became highest elders. Their cultivations had long ago reached an unimaginable boundary. There were those among them that had stepped back from the position of patriarch tens of thousands of years ago. Their strength could be imagined. Thus, let alone Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cypress Star, even characters like Xiao Jiuyang and Fairy Feng had to be respectful to those from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. In the world of mortals, this was just like an imperial minister visiting a local magistrate. Headquarters have sent visitors. All disciples come out and greet them. The black-robed messenger issued out an order. For such a serious matter, besides the disciples that were still closed up in Totem Tower, all disciples were required to gather at the 18 Hells of Flame and wait for the review of the headquarters envoys. There were even some disciples still in Totem Tower that had ended their seclusion early to see the glory and majesty of these people from headquarters. After all, this was an extremely rare opportunity. On this day, red clouds suddenly gathered above Fire Spirit Star. These red clouds surged out for thousands of miles with fiery heavenly winds howling beneath them. Then, ripples began to appear in space, and the sky itself seemed to be ripped apart. A massive golden crow head emerged from the space crack, slowly tearing it further and further apart. Space fluctuations rippled out for thousands of miles. After the head emerged, a blazingly beautiful crown of feathers appeared, wrapped around a gorgeous neck. This bird had a back like a mountain range and its wingspan extended for hundreds of miles. As its wings unfurled, they were wide enough to blot out the skies and sharp like unrivaled divine weapons. Its claws gleamed with a cold light as if they were pillars that supported the heavens. This was a massive golden crow with a body several hundred miles long. It had an appearance similar to that of a phoenix. This golden crow's ancient phoenix bloodline was undoubtedly extremely rich. In order to raise this sort of golden crow, the amount of resources necessary was mind-boggling. As the great golden crow appeared, the endless fiery heavenly wind that blew around Fire Spirit Star suddenly stopped moving. In front of this golden crow, the fire origin energy of Fire Spirit Star was like soldiers bowing to a general, all of them surrendering of their own volition. And above this golden crown was a male and female envoy. In addition, there were also a number of maids. Of these two envoys, the man was extremely tall and he wore a red set of armor. His figure was commanding and grand. As for the female, she was more petite, her height only reached the man's chest. And, what was most peculiar was that she even had a long fox tail. It was clear that she was not a pure human. This wasn't strange. There were many non-human races in the divine realm. For instance, giant demons, imps, fae, and so forth. Deep beyond the divine realm there were even worlds completely comprised of different races, but because they were so far away, they basically existed independently from the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. Although their scale was far from comparing with the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, their total size added together was still far larger than a single primary world of the divine realm. This fox-tailed woman clearly had the bloodline of a monster beast within her. She also had a human bloodline and the ancient phoenix bloodline, for a total of 3 different kinds of bloodlines. However, this didn't matter at all. The ancient Phoenix clan considered anyone with the ancient Phoenix bloodline as one of their clansmen. Envoy Duke Golden Sword. Monarch Sweetie Fox. I never thought that those two would come. Chu Red Cloud instantly recognized the two arrivals. These two were around 10,000 years old and were highly famous and prominent figures within the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. To be more specific, they were successors of important positions at headquarters. Without accident, Duke Golden Sword would become the next disciplinary elder, and Monarch Sweetie Fox would become the Internal Affairs Envoy. Although the Internal Affairs Envoy wasn't an elder, their power and influence actually exceeded most elders. The position of Internal Affairs Envoy was the same as being the majordomo of the entire ancient Phoenix clan. They were responsible for arranging storage of resources and distributing them outwards. This was the equivalent of caring for the daily basic necessities for the 100 billion clansmen of the ancient Phoenix clan. The authority of such a position could be imagined. Every single one of the 72 palace masters had to be extremely flattering and pleasant to the current and future Internal Affairs Envoy. Otherwise, if any one of them managed to offend the Internal Affairs Envoy, they would find the resources they were given to be reduced by 20 to 30%, and there would be nothing they could do to change that no matter how much they cried. Before this, Phoenix Cry Palace's relationship with the Internal Affairs Envoy was far inferior to charming Phoenix Palace's. That was the reason why Sun Cypresstar had been so ornery about the pentatic metal essence and had been severely swindled by Chu Red Cloud. He had brooded over this for years. As everyone saw Envoy Duke Golden Sword and Monarch Sweetie Fox, Chu Red Cloud, Sun Cypresstar, and the rest of the elders of the 3 branch palaces came to respectfully welcome them, their faces all covered with smiles. This was something they couldn't help. The difference in status was simply too great. The statuses of the disciplinary elder and Internal Affairs Envoy were just above those of the 72 palace masters. As successors, their futures were already decided, and thus they had a status far higher than palace master candidates like Fairy Fong and Sage Joyang. But as for Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cypresstar, one was a palace elder of charming Phoenix Palace and the other was even worse. He was only a vice hall master of Phoenix Cry Palace's Phoenix Hall. Their status was not just different by a little bit, there was simply no comparing them. The black-robed messenger in charge of Fire Spirit Star appeared undisturbed. He calmly said, "Golden Sword, Sweetie Fox, I never thought that this Fire Spirit Star smelting trial would be enough to bother the two of you. Ha ha ha, Blackwood, it's already been 3,000 years since we last met, right? You came to Atlas World's Fire Spirit Star to cultivate, but our ambitions have always been different. Me and Sweetie Fox here have always wanted to serve the clan from within and hold positions. From protectors, we will become elders and continue trying to crawl upwards. If we can become vice patriarchs, then even our laughs in our dreams will wake you up. As for you, you have wholeheartedly committed your life to cultivation. I'm afraid that your cultivation has already surpassed ours now." Duke Golden Sword laughed gaily as he saw the black-robed messenger. With these words, Chu Red Cloud, Sun Cypresstar, and the rest all felt their hearts jump. They looked at the black-robed messenger with incredulity in their eyes. They never imagined that such a low-key, ordinary-looking Fire Spirit Star Guardian would actually have such a great background. Could this person have regarded Fire Spirit Star as a wonderful place to cultivate and thus applied to be the guardian of this place? Golden Sword, what sorts of jokes are you making now? I was originally inferior to the two of you to begin with, and during the selection process I was eliminated. I wasn't able to compare to you, thus I didn't receive the key focus from headquarters like you did. Your future is far better than mine. But, the truth is whether I chose to cultivate in seclusion here or chose to hold a position in the clan like you do, both of us are only trying to walk as far as we can on our road of martial arts. We are both traveling to the same goal with different roads. The black-robed messenger casually said. Monarch Sweetie Fox brightly laughed and said, okay, we can reminisce about the past some other time. We've come here for a reason, and that is to see that so-called young little moon with her perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. I heard that this young woman already comprehended the phenomenon of lotus blooming step by step. That would make her far stronger than I was in the past. Monarch Sweetie Fox had not comprehended lotus blooming step by step and had only formed a perfect blue lotus domain. This proved just how rare the lotus blooming step by step phenomenon was. It clearly deserved to be called a legend. This young girl, Yang Little Moon, surprised me. She doesn't come from the three great family clans and only has a background of charming Phoenix Palace's Yang family. Her life experience can't be regarded as too rich, but she was still able to have such achievements. This is a result of her great destiny. It isn't easy at all. We'll have to have Fairy Chu explain this one to us. As Blackwood spoke, he turned to Chu Red Cloud. Chu Red Cloud was usually a very intelligent and scheming person with multiple contingency plans. She had even managed to trick someone like Sun Cypresstar several times. But facing Monarch Sweetie Fox, Duke Golden Sword, and this Blackwood, who seemed ordinary but was actually just as powerful as the two arriving envoys, she couldn't help but be nervous. It wasn't a surprise for her to be nervous. In a mortal kingdom, this was just like a countryside magistrate suddenly learning that an imperial envoy was visiting to assess her work. How could she not be nervous about this? This was a question that concerned her future and whether or not Yang Little Moon could obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence. That was Phoenix blood essence. Let alone her, even a great figure like charming Phoenix Palace's palace master couldn't obtain it. Phoenix blood essence was only bestowed upon the unparalleled greatest genius of the ancient Phoenix clan, and the Monarch Sweetie Fox in front of her was the future internal affairs envoy. She had the authority to control almost all resources within the ancient Phoenix clan. Of course, that didn't mean she had the jurisdiction to assign something like Phoenix blood essence. However, she could apply to headquarters for a drop and have the Patriarch or the Council of Elders decide. Chu Red Cloud took a deep breath and calmed her racing heart. She said, reporting to Lord and Lady Envoy, "Our Little Moon once traveled for fun and adventure abroad and managed to stumble upon a Phoenix blood pond, achieving a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. But, besides Little Moon's destiny being excellent, her perception is also outstanding. That is the only reason she managed to comprehend the lotus blooming step-by-step phenomenon during this ancient Phoenix smelting trial. Little Moon will easily become the top disciple of this ancient Phoenix smelting trial. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.